Hello, welcome to another stream. How about that? Bet you didn't expect that shit to happen yet again. This shit happens almost every day, and I'm pretty sure you never fucking expect that. Hello, welcome. Hello, John. Hello, Aiguduk. Hello, G. Kaplai. Hello, Mustafa. Dr. Marq. Aiguduk. Feng Chi. Hello, Feng Chi. Scarface. PW. Rotten Chauncey. Who do we have else? That's it. The chat is dead. We don't have that many people today, but that's okay. Because today we're, according to the schedule, we're supposed to do a game development in C++, but since advent of CODE actually took over the whole stream, so we're gonna first do advent of CODE day 12, right, and then just Roxy also, I didn't notice you. I'm sorry, I didn't notice you. hello. You're not soft banned. Everything's okay. If I wanted to soft ban you, I would just use a /ignore, and that wouldn't even show your message on the screen, so don't worry about that. So now, when Haxi, I don't know, we'll see. I just picked the languages randomly. So the language of today is Perl, because why not? There's no particular reason. If you're looking for a reason why I choose a specific language for a specific day, you're missing the whole point. That's not the point. They're random, seriously. I just like pick whatever. Use ignore and being the moderator. Well, I mean, exactly. That's why I never use it. So that's exactly why I never use it, because I need to moderate the chat. Right. I cannot just ignore people, because some people that I might ignore may start saying something against OS. Am I supposed to moderate the chat? Whatever, doesn't matter. All of that is not that interesting. Yadanasov, hello. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, so the language of today is gonna be Perl. And yep. I don't really have that much of experience with Perl. I have a little bit of experience with Perl. I worked in a company that used Perl as their main language for infrastructure stuff, the same way people use Python these days, you know. And I kind of like familiar with some of the aspects of Perl. Plus, at some point I used it for my very small pet project for generating static websites, but that was a really long time ago. Right, that was a really long time ago, and I don't remember much of it, but the fact that I worked a little bit with Perl hopefully will help me to regain the knowledge of that language while I'm implementing things, and maybe I'll even manage to solve the problem in that language. We'll see. Hopefully the integers in Perl actually extend dynamically, because if we're gonna have like a integer overflow, I'm pretty much screwed. Maybe not. I mean, I can always implement like a pretty simple logarithmetics. Maybe we'll see. In any case, so let's actually go into the advent of code repo. All the source code. All of the source code is available here, so it's at github.com/coding/AOC2020, and I'm gonna just go here. I have a local copy of that repo here. I want to just fetch some latest stuff, because from time to time I just refactor things off screen. Okay, this time I didn't do anything. All right, let's create the day 12 in Perl. Right. So we're gonna use Emacs as the epic Perl editor. All of the Perl developers, they always use Emacs to edit Perl. Alright, one of the things I remember about Perl is that its extension is PL, if I remember correctly. I'm not even quite sure. Wait a second. Perl language, because I know that Prolog also has the same extension. Yeah. Here are the extensions. I think I saw them. Yes, it's PLX, PL, PM, XS. I think it's PLX is kind of like similar to JSX, right? So there is a JS and there's extension JSX for React. So I would assume that PLX is a React extension for Perl. I know, very funny joke. Anyway, so first thing we're gonna do, I need to parse command line arguments. Perl command line arguments. Processing command line arguments. Add to RGB. Oh yeah, this is something that I remember. Yeah, this is something that I really remember. So basically, it has like different kinds of variables. There are scalars, and for scalars, if your variable is a scalar, you have to prefix it with a $, and this is something that was inherited by PHP. But if your type is an array, it has to be prefixed with @ to indicate that you're working with an array. So the type of the variable is encoded in the way you're trying to access it. This is actually very interesting. And I think for hash tables, I don't remember hash tables, you also have a separate, the hash is a $. Yeah. So for the hash is going to be something like that. And what's funny is that I think you can access like the same variable different ways. You can try to access a variable as a scalar, and I don't remember correctly, if you try to access an array as a scalar, what does it return? Does it return you an error or the size of an array? I think it would make sense to return the size of an array. It's really interesting like language, seriously. It looks weird, but it's kind of ergonomic in a sense. Okay, so how do we process all of that? Alright, so RGB it actually basically returns the list of the arguments, and we can try to test that. So I can do Perl main.pl, and it didn't do anything, but if I provide some additional arguments, full bar, it does return all of them. Okay, so, and I want to check, what if I try to access it as a scalar? What's going to happen? It doesn't return anything. Okay, you cannot access it as a scalar. Oh, by the way, there is also an interesting thing here, like use strict and use warnings. I think it's kind of similar to JavaScript, or I think JavaScript actually stole that idea from Perl, right? That's why in JavaScript you have things like use strict, I think, because there is no like module importing in vanilla JavaScript. So what this thing does, I think it like turns Perl into some sort of like a strict mode where it checks for more things, for example usage of undeclared variables and stuff like that, and also warnings. I don't remember what it does, but it basically like maybe enables some warning. Yeah, PLX jokes extend actually. So essentially Perl is a boomer JavaScript. That's what it is. Good damn. I've never used Perl, just hear other people talk about it. Yeah, Perl is notorious for, you know, for its flexibility, to the point that people write absolute fucking gibberish in it that works and does useful things. But what's interesting is that you don't have to program in Perl like that. You can program properly in Perl, and Perl code can be actually quite readable and quite maintainable if you do it like properly. To be fair, you can say that pretty much about any language, right? So yeah, it's not that different from any scripting languages. Like it's not that different from JavaScript, from Python. I would say that Perl is a little bit more strict. I think it's the strictest, like in terms of types and stuff. Maybe. I don't know. I know nothing about Perl. What I want to do, I want to iterate through the elements of the array. So Perl for each loop. I need a for each loop. So for each loops, how do you iterate all of that? Perl lol. Oh, it's is that lol or 101? It's really hard to tell. Perl lol. I think it's a Perl 101, but maybe that's the point. Maybe that's the joke. Oh shit! Wait a second. I think you can. I think I quite remember that. Like you can do shit like this, right? And it also has like a default variable. I think it's something like it, or maybe. Oh yeah, it's @_, and basically, yeah, it introduces like implicit default variable, so you don't have to come up with it or anything, and just use it. And yeah, it works, but it doesn't. add a new line or yeah, there we go. That's actually so cool. It's one of these rare languages that introduce this kind of thing, and the default like it variable is extremely useful because look how concise it is. And I think you don't even need for each. I think you can just do for. It fucking works. Look how concise it is. It's amazing. Reload. Also, a lot of operators implicitly work, yeah, on the default variable if you don't specify anything as an argument, for example, rejects match. Yeah, it's fucking amazing. I don't know why a lot of languages didn't pick up on this default variable, because I think it's quite useful. Maybe they are just afraid that it's one of those implicit things, and, you know, Python actually popularized the idea of, you know, explicit is better than implicit, not Python, you know, this kind of stuff. But to be fair, like, I kind of like how it works, like, it just makes sense. So what else? We need to have a subroutine. So because one of the things I want to do something like solve file, and let me see. Oh, by the way, I think we were also gonna do PHP at some point as well. Okay, Perl subroutines. I think subroutines in Perl work similarly how they work in Bash. Yeah, you can just define subroutine like that, right? So it's gonna be subroutine solve file. You don't even provide any like arguments or anything like that, and you access arguments like 0, like 1, and so on and so forth. I think you can even do something like @_ as a default variable, and this is the list of all of the arguments that provided to this function. Yeah. So here you go. This is how we use that. So this is the argument. Is this bash? Yes, it is bash. Okay. So then you can easily convert all of that. Oh yeah, it has a it has a keyword my. Guess what it does? Guess what it does? And why is it my? So it's basically equivalent of let, like in JavaScript, but it's my. So if I remember correctly, it indicates a local variable, because if you do something like that, it's not going to create a local variable, right? And I think if you use a strict mode, it even will complain about you doing something like this. We can check it out. Can we do constant scalar? I think it has to be like this, right? So. Global symbol X requires explicit package man. Did you forget to? Yeah, exactly. So this is exactly why we enable the strict mode. So the Perl will complain about you doing this kind of thing without, you know, declaring it up front. So if I, for example, disable this kind of thing, it's going to be okay, but it's going to be wrong. So yeah, it's like an ownership in Rust. Well, yeah, probably. Our. Do we have our? Wait a fucking second, it works? Yours. Wait, it does have our. Wait a second, Perl our. The fuck is they do have our. So associates a simple name with a package variable in the current package for use within the current scope. When use strict vars is in effect, unlike my, which both allocate storage for variable and associate a simple name with the storage for use within the current scope, associate a simple name with the package. Okay, so you define it for the whole package. Yeah, you define it for the whole package if you do our. So that means it should be available here as well. And if I do something like that, it's not expert, it's something, okay, whatever. So there's a special thing, but I don't think we're gonna use that. All right. Okay, so I'm still looking how we're gonna do this stuff. So file path, and it's gonna be, I guess, zeros, if I remember correctly. And I can do something like input file. And as far as I know, Perl also enables us with string interpolation, right? It enables us with string interpolation. Yeah, and of course I forgot the new line here. There we go. So input file path. Oh, that's very interesting. main PL, main PL. Oh, but what if I do something like this? Ah. Say. Okay, so that's actually pretty cool that you have say. I think this is not how you do that. Let me read it one more time how you access the things. So my hash, yeah. So maybe this is what I have to do. Is it gonna work? I think maybe that. Undefined subroutine say, it doesn't work. So we're gonna use print then. Okay. With a new line. Ah, there we go, now it worked. So basically what we need to do here is we need to destructurize this array. Yeah, we need to destructurize that array properly, and yeah, there we go. So that should be it. That's pretty much the whole boilerplate that I wanted to come up with. So it's available if the save feature is enabled or if it's core. I don't know, print works. Whatever, thank you. Make file, and let's do the following thing. I'm gonna introduce funny test. So it's gonna be depends on main PL, and we're gonna do Perl. Perl. Maybe I can do a shebang, right? So bin sh user bin env Perl. Using bin Perl, and after that we're gonna just do main PL and the inputs that we're gonna introduce here. So what we're gonna have is a simple sample here, and right now the inputs are gonna be one of the samples. In the future we're gonna also have an input, but not for now, okay, and we're gonna do make, and permission denied because I didn't actually mark it as executable. Can I do it now? There we go. So input file sample txt. Cool. So we already have a boilerplate for Perl. So let's go ahead and take a look at the description of the problem. Advent of code. So 12th. They're so out of order. It's so inconvenient. Jesus Christ. Thank you very much. Very cool. Anyway, so rain risk. Nice. Your ferry made decent progress towards the island, but the storm came in faster than anyone expected. The ferry needs to take evasive actions. Unfortunately, the ship's navigation computer seems to be malfunctioning. Rather than giving a route directly to safety, it produced extremely circuitous instructions. Circuitous, is that a word? Circuitous instructions. When the captain uses the PA system to ask if anyone can help you, quickly volunteer. PA system, public address system. What the hell is that? Oh, it's one of this. It's like a siren head. Do you guys know what is a siren head? Yeah, that's him. That's straight up him. Alright. The navigation instructions, your puzzle input, consist of a sequence of single character actions paired with integer input values. Okay. After staring at them for a few minutes, you work out what they probably mean. Action N means move north by the given value. Action S means move south by a given value. Action E means move east by a given value. Action W means west by a given value. Action L means to turn left the given number of degrees. Action R means turn right by the given degrees. Action F means to move forward by the given value in the direction the ship is currently facing. Okay, so that means it may be facing one way, but if it needs to move north, right? Imagine that it's facing west, like facing west, but it needs to move north. So it's gonna move sideways? Is that what's gonna happen? Okay. The ship starts by facing east. Only the L and R actions change the direction ship is only. Okay. L and R actions change the direction the shape is facing. That is, if the shape is facing east and the next instructions N10, the shape moves 10 units but would still move east. If the okay, so it will move sideways. I see. Makes sense. Why not? For example, this instruction would handle as followed. Okay, cool. At the end of these instructions, the ship's Manhattan. Oh, I know what is a Manhattan distance. Some of the absolute value is east-west position. Figure out where the navigation instruction is. What is the Manhattan distance between that location and the ship's starting position? Where does it start from? Where does it start? I missed the moment. Where does it start from? But maybe it doesn't matter, right? The start doesn't matter because we need to calculate a relative thing. The shipment has some of the absolute values of its east-west positions and the north position from its starting position is 0, 0. Figure out where is the navigation instruction led. What is the Manhattan? Yeah, the start position doesn't matter. Okay. Interesting. So you have to implement an autopilot. No, you don't have to implement autopilot system. You literally just need to follow instructions and interpret them. This is not how autopilot system works. Seems to be relative. Yeah, exactly. Seems to be a relative start and finish. So basically, you can start at 0, 0, and then add some end somewhere. Calculate the Manhattan difference between them, and it's not going to be changed depending on the start position. So Manhattan distance doesn't depend on the start position. It just doesn't matter. Manhattan distance, as far as I know, is just a sum, like width and height, right? It's just a sum of x and y without squaring and rooting or any of the shit. So I remember that it's like a taxi cab. If I remember correctly, yeah, this is exactly what it is. Yes, it's just so dumb. Dijkstra Kappa. I mean, he's dead. So is that what you wanted to say? I mean, rest in peace, of course, Dijkstra. Alright. Hello, Herons and Plots. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. We're programming in your favorite language of all time. How about that? Okay, so we need to read from file, by the way. So Perl, read from file. Perl, read file. So if we can read line by line, I think that would be cool. Perl read file in scalar context. In order to read from a file in read mode, you put the file handler variable inside angle brackets as follows. Oh, okay. Cool. So we open, but what the fuck is this? Open or die. I really liked this kind of thing in Perl. I think PHP also inherited that and a lot of other other scripting languages, like open or fucking die. It's a really brutal language, not gonna lie. I'm typesetting a score and a lily pond for a friend of mine. I don't know what is a lily pond. Really sorry. I'm really a very uneducated person. Okay, so let's try to read from a file. Let's fill up the samples. So here is our sample. We might as well actually download the input file as well. Lily pond, this music notation for everyone. Music notation for everyone. What the hell is that? Ah! Oh shit, I think I even used it at some point in my life. I just forgot that it's called like that. It's like a LaTeX, but for music sheet, right? Yeah, I remember this thing. I forgot the name of it. Yeah, cool. Yeah, essentially you just write the text and notes and it can compile to actually pretty beautiful music sheet. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah. God damn. You know how I remember about it? I just remembered the website. I remember this beautiful greenish website. That's how you remember about it. But I completely forgot the name of it. Yeah, so... recognize the website. Okay. So maybe we want to download the text as well. The input, I mean. So let's take a look at the input puzzle. I just want to see how many values we have here. Almost 1000. So probably the solution of part 1 is gonna be around like maybe n squared, right? So this is like reasonable to expect. So the second part is going to be n squared. Okay, so this is the second input. So I'm already thinking about part 2, right? Even though I didn't read part 2, and I don't even have an access to part 2. Just by the size of the input, you can kind of guess what kind of thing they will want from you. Otherwise, they wouldn't give you such big input, because, for example, in a day 10, they expected you to have dynamic programming, and that's why the input was so small, right? You already saw it. Sure, yes, I pre-recorded everything. Planning ahead is really valuable for Advent of Code. Really? I didn't plan anything ahead, to be fair. I especially didn't plan any of the languages. I just pick languages randomly. So maybe I'm doing it wrong. I'm sorry if I'm doing it wrong. Anyway, so we need to open a file, right? I'm not sure what the hell is this one. Is there any documentation for open function? So there's an open file tutorial. Open file tutorial. Mode. You can open file for reading, writing, or appending. Okay, read is less, write is greater, and append. Oh, I see. It's like, it's a bash redirection. It's a bash piping redirection. So if you redirect to the left, that means you're reading. You do redirect to the right, that means you're writing. And then append is going to be it. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, sure. Why not? Why not? I'm okay with that. At least it makes sense. If you know the context, of course. Open. So this is a file handler. We open it for reading, and here's the file path. Or die. And I'm not sure what the fuck is that. I suppose it returns the error, the last error that has happened, right? And here we should be able to read everything line by line, right? And the line is located in the default variable, right? The line is located in the default variable. And after that, we have to not forget to close it. Imagine closing thing in 2020, goddamn. Perl looks like a better bash. Yeah, it is actually basically bash on steroids. Yeah. Okay, so let's take a look. Not allowed strict subs. Bare word A is not allowed. Okay, so 13. Oh yeah, thank you so much. Cool. Oh, by the way, look at that. Look at that. I'm gonna show you something. So we're gonna. I put a word A here, but it didn't print anything. It didn't print anything. Notice how it didn't print anything. So usually in a scripting language, it will just interpret everything up until the problem here. For example, here it would say like A is not declared or not used, but at least it would print something up front. But it didn't. And you know why? Because it validates the correctness of the code before interpreting it. It checks all of these strict things before even trying to interpret any of this shit. How about that? Isn't that cool? So it has like a small implicit compilation step. Yeah. And what's funny is that, if I remember correctly, you can even have... Yeah, can you Python do that? You can even have like this kind of thing here, right? So you indicate here that you accept one argument. If you want 2 arguments, you add another $1 here. If you want 3 arguments, and so on and so forth. So then, if I try to apply like several of them, it will tell me that you cannot apply to it. It's just too many arguments, and it did that. So I'm gonna do print hello. It never printed hello. It never printed hello. It did that before even trying to interpret. That's the cool thing about it, because I think this is the only language that I know that does that. Perform basic syntax check before executing, so it can. But can it do that? Can it check the amount of arguments that you apply there? Can it do that? Perl still of course it still maintains there's a huge like a legacy code base that, you know, uses Perl, and nobody's gonna fucking rewrite that, that's for sure. So by the way, let's actually check if Perl can, if Python can do that. So can your Python do that, Py? All right, so imagine that you have something like fxw. Amount of arguments? I don't think so. Okay, we'll see. I don't know that either. So I'm gonna do something like print hello, and then I'm gonna do let's put it this way. Yeah, well, let's just do it like that. So 20, and then I'm gonna do Python 3. Can your Python do that? It printed hello, and only then it checked the amount of arguments. Okay, it cannot do that. All right, so Python cannot do that. Nice. Cool. So again, so everything seems to be working here, right? Yeah, too many arguments. We have to remove 69. And here they are, here they are. The next thing we need to do, by the way, we need to parse them, right? So we need to split the command from the amount of steps that we need to take. So do we even have values in L? Yeah, so we do have values in L. So Perl, regular expressions, captcha groups. How do you do that? Because I think in Perl it's quite easy to do this kind of stuff by just using regular expressions, right? So, and I wish there was like a quick tutorial to do that. Okay, so you do match. So, and let me see if this thing and what I want to have here. So this is a regular expression, right? Something like this. And here we're gonna have a single character from A to Z. I might as well actually include all of the characters that we expect here. So it's gonna be NSE, right? NSE, WLR, 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 and F. Right, so there will be single character here. This is the character that I really want to capture. And then we're gonna have another character, like a bunch of characters from like 0 to 9 plus. And I wish I could extract them. I wish I could easily extract them. So, captcha groups. How do you do captcha groups? Show me an example of how you do a captcha group. Jesus Christ. Nice. All right, so true, false. There's a lot of text here. I wish there was like a faster way for me to do that. Pattern. Okay, Perl, captcha groups. This is not really useful because it forces me to read too many things. I don't want to read any of that. Okay. Oh, okay, so that's cool. You can check that they match, right? They match, but this is a question. It seems like failed matches don't reset. Okay, contains the entire. All right, let me try to do something. Print command is going to be 1, right? 1 contains that. And then argument is going to be 2. Will that work? Will that work? I wonder. There we go. And I think it fucking did. I just forgot to do this kind of thing. There we go. How about that? How about fucking that, mate? By the way, I wonder, like, can it do match automatically on the default variables? Because somebody said that it automatically works on the default variables. Can I do something like this? Oh shit, it's so, oh my god. Yes, so essentially this thing provides a default variable and this thing automatically works on default variable, and this is so fucking cool. By the way, are parentheses here required? Yeah, they're fucking required. I just thought that maybe without parentheses it will look a little bit better. Oh shit, this is so epic. No, I would really like that. It's just like all of these pieces like that feel together. Code Golf. Yeah, Perl is actually perfect for Code Golf. Why am I so excited about this stupid language? Jesus Christ, am I that much of a boomer? I didn't even program on that language for quite some time. I just like when languages are like ergonomic like that, right? You know what I mean? It's It's kind of cool. And by the way, otherwise, if this thing doesn't match anything, I think we want to die. Something like could not let's put invalid command, and I want to put this thing here. Okay, so that works, and if I go to the sample and put something like this here, hopefully, yeah, invalid command that, and it automatically dies, and if it's gonna be the first command, it will automatically, okay, that's cool. Nice, and so we have an empty line here, cool. All right. So, how can I turn a string into an integer, I wonder? Perl string to integer. Is that a thing? Perl automatic string to number conversion or casting. So does it do that automatically? Okay. Or you can just do a conversion of string to int using typecasting int. Okay, so we can just, you know, wrap it with the int and it's gonna work. Okay, that's totally fine for me. Also, Perl switch case. Does it have any sort of switch case that we could use? Perl switch statement. All right, that looks okay so far. That's a reasonable switch case, I'm not gonna lie. Else. It even uses else like nim. It's kind of cool. Okay, so let's do switch. And it doesn't even highlight it. The fuck? Emacs. Emacs does not even highlight switch. Oh, you have to use switch. Fuck. Do I have it here? Can I just use something like use switch? Cannot locate. Okay, we don't have a switch. It's a third-party dependency. God fucking damn it! Imagine like having third-party dependency as a for a switch. Switch case statement. Okay. I mean, we can use if-else, sure. So warnings given when if-else. We can use if-else. Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna do if-else then, because it's too much pain in the ass. If 1 equal to n, right, we're gonna do one thing. Oh boy. Alright, so by the way, speaking of, so this is a single file, and we need to keep track of the current direction, by the way. I didn't think about, number of degrees. Oh shit. Number of degrees. So that's actually string equal is aq instead of equal. Okay, I'll do that a little bit later. Is it guaranteed to be always would cause you ship? Oh shit. Because look at that. What if it's not 90 degrees? Or, yeah, that's actually kind of scary. So in this particular case, it's 90, right? But in the input, L, 120, 70. You know what? I think we can usually do that. It's always multiple of 90. Well, I don't believe you. I need to check that myself because I'm pretty sure you're trying to debate me. By the way, hello Jiang, welcome to the stream. How do you like our our language of today? So L, so it has to be EQ. Is that how we do that? Or is it like a function application? I don't know. 1 EQ right. And in that case, we want to just print it is EQ. This is not what I ask. I know that it is EQ. It's like nobody ever actually understands what I'm asking. God damn it. It's just painful. Alright. Yeah, or. Okay, so but it only works on the sample, right? It only works on the sample. So, and also quite important, print Input file, yeah, we're gonna print it after we assign it here. So file path, there we go. And of course I keep forgetting the new line. Oh my god, it's so annoying. So now in the make file I want to include input.txt. So here's the input.txt, and it already contains a new line. It already contains a new line. Okay, cool. So they all seem to be always multiple of 90. And maybe we can even do something about that. For example, if let's put it this way, 2 converted to int, right? Converted to int. We might as well do the following thing. So this is going to be command, right? This is going to be a command, and argument is going to be int2, right? Like this. And then we can replace that with cmd, and the command rg mod divided by 0 not equal 0, we're gonna die. All right, we're gonna die. Something wrong invariant for this thing. Right, first I'm gonna see if this entire thing even works, and wrong invariant for 90, but if I do that not equals, it actually, oh, everything's okay. Okay, I checked that, you know, for sure. All right. So now we want to have our initial position. So we're going to have x 0 and y 0, and what's funny is that we don't even know our initial direction. Oh shit, what is the initial direction? This instruction would move the ship 10 units east. Oh, I missed this. What's the initial direction? East. I don't believe you, I need to see that in the text. Unfortunately, the ship navigation seems the navigation instruction consists of the sequence actions. The ship starts by E. Okay, so that is actually east. Okay. How are we going to represent all of that? We can try to represent all of that by having dx and dy, right? So dx and dy. Or maybe we can have a table right, where we have something like this. Have a bit more faith in chat. Dude, you must be new to streaming. Welcome to Twitch. All right. All right. I'm just thinking. So if we start east, so east is this. I think we can do the usual mathematical thing where we do counterclockwise. So the counterclockwise is going to be the positive one, and the clockwise is going to be negative one, and this is what we're going to use to rotate, like left, right, and so on and so forth. So here are directions, and how can I define arrays? So Perl arrays. East is just left. I mean, the camera is flipped for you, so. So this is how you do that. All right. And I wonder why it doesn't automatically just properly do this thing for me. Can I have nested arrays? That would be actually kind of cool. That would be actually kind of cool. So initial east. So so we're gonna use x growing that and y growing up, right? So so that means to the east, x is positive, but y is 0. All right. So this is east. Right, this is east. Then one further is gonna be north, right? One further is gonna be north. and in that case it's gonna be 0, 1, so it's gonna be north. And then we go to the left, so this is gonna be west, but that means it's gonna be minus that, and this is gonna be that. All right. 2 to the 2, and what's going to be the next one? Oh my god, it wants to autocomplete it. Okay, not indented, not as I wanted. So this is west, and the south is going to be by x is going to be 0, but by y is going to be minus y. So this is going to be south, and I'm not sure if it's going to work properly. Like I'm really not sure. We'll see. But D is going to be essentially the direction, the index in the list of these directions, essentially. We'll see if it's gonna work. Let me try. So I'm gonna just print this kind of thing. Is Perl support trailing comma or last element? It doesn't matter. So cmd arg times. Okay, so, and it seems to be working, at least it doesn't fail. By the way, hello Lager from Russia, welcome to the stream. Welcome. Okay, good. So, I guess everything is ready and we just need to interpret all of this stuff, right? So we just need to interpret all of this stuff. It would be kind of cool to also associate like n with the corresponding index. So these are the directions, right? And I want to have a hash tables, Perl hash table. Oh, by the way, I forgot to add here to the title, so people keep asking the same thing over and over again. So yeah, people are that easily distracted. This is what it is. So the hash tables are actually pretty straightforward. What is? Oh yeah, I remember that. You can even like restrict the version of Perl that you're running on by doing that. This is literally the version of Perl. Perl is so interesting, actually. I kind of like it. All right. So, and I don't know how to call that. How do you call, like, collectively, north, east, west, and south? What do we usually call them? How are they usually called? Are they just called directions? I don't think they're usually called directions. God damn it. Direction. Cardinal direction. Because I want to separate directions like in terms of like 0, 1, 1, 0 and the names of the directions. Maybe that's exactly what I'm going to call them. Maybe I'm going to call them names. Yep. So it's supposed to be... English is not, you know, convenient for this situation. Where is the... it's going to be like that. And essentially, this is E is going to be redirected to 0. Then N is going to be redirected to 1. Then W is going to be redirected to 2. And then... S is going to be 3. So essentially, right, essentially you have a name, you convert name to index, and you convert index to direction, and you use that direction to advance X or Y. Make sense? Makes sense? Hopefully that makes sense. So, cool. That's kind of interesting. So now I want to check if M is one of those. As W, yeah. If CMD is one of those, then that's goddamn convenient, because I can like have a group of the commands. Then if it's left or right, Is it else if? Yeah, it's else if. But for now, I'm gonna just remove that. Right. So if it's one of these names, right, I can then take the names, convert that to an index, and then take the direction, and that gives me the direction in which I have to like follow. So, and I think I should be able to do something like this. Is going to be dx and dy, like that. And after that, I should be able to do something like x plus dx, y plus dy. So that's how easy it should be. I'm not sure if it's going to work, but we'll see, we'll see. Yeah, that's fucking cool, mate. That's fucking cool. Alright, so dir requires explicit package name, dirc, because I think that's what it's called, dirs. So, names, did I call it incorrectly? I don't think I called them incorrectly. Requires explicit, did you forget my... No! I didn't forget that. Something is completely wrong here. What the hell? So, what's wrong here? dx, oh yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, the last one is my names. Still does not recognize that. Okay, so you have to access them. Okay, so you have to access them like this. Yeah. So for the hash, there we go. Okay, so that kind of worked. That kind of worked. And forward. Turn left. If you're east and you turn in left. Okay, I want to have like another thing. Something like turns, right? So if it turns left, you have to increase the D, right? Because here's the east. I know that it's flipped for you because I didn't flip my camera. It's east, and then if you turn left, it goes to the north. From east to north, that means it's going to be 1. For the right, it has to be -1, and we have to do that in the module of 4. Yeah. So now I can easily do the following thing. Else if command is one of those. It's L or right, left or right. Then I do turns CMD, and I do D plus mod 4. That's how I turn, right? And the last thing, if we have this thing equal to forward, right? I think this is how we do that, right? It has to be. Might as well actually use match, since I use match for everything here. Might as well use it like this. So if it's just F, I do a similar thing here, very similar thing, but instead of using names, right, I just use the D. D is the current direction, and I just move in that current direction. I guess that's it. I do think that is it. Interesting. Perl doesn't face, it has switch as a third-party dependency, and I'm not using third-party dependencies. I hope I didn't make any stupid fucking mistakes, man. So yeah. Okay. So and after that, we need to calculate the Manhattan distance between the initial position and the final position. What's funny is that since we're starting with 0, it's essentially going to be just x plus y, and that's exactly what we can do here. I'm going to just do print part 1. I don't know. Can I have like a string interpolation here? Perl string interpolation. like I want to have expressions inside of the strings. Switch is a module. It doesn't matter, people. You're focusing on the wrong thing. That's why people can't get anything done, because they keep focusing on this back shading thing. Oh, I need switch. I don't have switch. Oh, I do. Does it support trailing command? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. If you can write something without them, doesn't matter. Anyway, so where can I do that? String interpolation. I don't think so. So it feels like I'll have to do something like a result, right? So and because I wish it like do something like that, right? But it doesn't, so it doesn't matter. Okay, and it doesn't work. Nice. So what do we have here? Is that because of this, or is it because so where exactly I made a mistake? What it says, scalar dir better written as dirs. Oh, when I'm accessing this thing. No, that's not true. Because I'm accessing this by array access should be done. But why didn't it complain about here? Why didn't it complain about here then? I think there's something wrong here. Use of an initialized x and y. They are initialized. Here they are. Here they are, x and y. And that's not true. In addition. Here they are. They're initialized. They're initialized. They're initialized. They're 100% initialized. Okay, so maybe there's something wrong with 2D arrays. I think maybe I do not fully understand how to use 2D arrays in Perl. Perl 2D array. Multi-dimensional array. Multi-dimensional array. Okay. But why do they use like a different brackets all of a sudden? Okay. Why do they use different brackets? Multi-dimensional arrays with more than one dimension. Technically, there is no such thing as multi-dimensional array in Perl, but arrays are used to act as they have more than one dimension. Multi-dimensional arrays are presented in the form of rows and columns, also known as matrix. Each element of an array can be a reference to another. Okay, that's cool. So I can probably do something like that then, right? So right, and let's actually query replace this thing with that. And what's funny is that, okay, can I take a single row and then destructurize it here like that? That would be actually kind of cool. Right, that would be actually kind of cool. So printing items. So I think I'll have to first experiment with this thing outside of trying to solve. Yeah, I'll have to experiment with that like outside of this entire stuff. All right. So let's actually put everything here, and we're gonna do a little bit of experimentation. Yeah, apparently I don't understand how multi-dimensional array works or how it's supposed to work or anything like that. If I try to print the dirs, right? So what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? So it has an array and it's a bunch of arrays. Okay, so this is what it gave us. It's a bunch of arrays. Cool. So if I try to query the first thing here, it will not properly tell me. It actually gave me this thing. Cool. But what's funny is that I can try to query it like that. So in that particular case, like, there's not that... Oh yeah, it still warns me. I didn't notice this warning, I'm sorry, because I was focusing on the last value and I didn't see this particular line. Okay, that's okay. So that gives me this array. And after that, I want to destructurize it, right? But maybe destructurizing it is not that important, right? So I can have like something like row. It still works. And if I try to do something like this, x So dx and dy, and then I'm going to try to print them. Dx, gx, dy, dy. I know that it's not a correct symbol, I just accidentally tapped it. Alright, so it's still uninitialized, but maybe this is because you expect something like this. Is there any way? Okay, there's no a particular way to destructurize them like that, like pretty much at all. But if I do something like this, alright, so the easiest way so far I see is to just, you know, accept it as a row and then do something like row 0, row 1, right? So that's, and even that doesn't really work that well, but if we do something like dx row 0, dy row 1, will that finally work? So this is going to be dx, then I'm going to do something like this, and the second one is going to be y. Will that finally work if I add semicolons here? And it still doesn't work because, yeah, I think I need to do something like this. What do you want from me? Global CML at where request explicit package me my row. Dereference by a pointer. Oh shit. I'm. Okay. So, I suppose really? Are you fucking serious? Yeah. This is really dumb. Okay. It's really dumb. Jesus Christ. Ooh, that's the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. Ergonomic language, by the way. So, cool. Now... So what was the about syntactic sure and getting things done again? What are you talking about? So go back in a VOD and listen carefully to each and individual word I said. The current situation does not contradict to what I said in the past. Jesus fucking Christ, what is going on in your head? Alright, so... Now, so this is what we're gonna try to do here instead now. So here are the directions. And now, we're gonna have the names like this. Okay, so that should... Jesus, the fuck is this shit? Look at that. Look at that. Okay. Okay, but this time, this is gonna be just D, right? So something like this. I think that should work now. I just wanted a two-dimensional arrays. Like, Jesus Christ, how more convoluted can you make two-dimensional arrays? Like, seriously? Come on, fuck's sake. It's just two-dimensional arrays. They shouldn't be that hard, but apparently it's hard. Okay. Cool. So, and the I think it's completely wrong here. Why does it print it? So what was? Oh yeah, by the way, I'm an idiot. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Because it has to make it like several times. Right. So it has to make it several times. Now look, I don't take into account any arguments here. I don't take into account any arguments. So essentially what I need to do here now, I need to multiply these things like that. So multiply by args, but by a single arg. There we go. Now, we also need to take into account the, the turns, right? How many times we need to turn. So that should be pretty straightforward. We'll have to divide it by 90, and that will tell us, give us the amount of turns we have to perform, right? And we'll have to multiply it by that, and that should give us more or less correct result, right? So that should give us more or less correct result, hopefully. All right, so it turned out to be 28. Is that a correct? Fucking not. It is not correct. So it's supposed to be 25, but it turned out to be 28. So that means it is not correct. It is definitely not correct. And I wonder where exactly I made a fucky-wacky. So, I mean, it's kind of easy to make a mistake here, and especially if you're programming in a language like Perl, it's especially difficult to make a mistake here. Yeah, nice. 10 units east, east 10, north 0. We can try to trace the the direction and the position and just see how it's gonna go. So I'm gonna just return the input. What's up, Julix? Welcome to the stream. Welcome. So what's the print? So it's gonna be X, and yeah, let's just trace all of that to see how it's gonna go. So this is gonna be the direction. It would be cool to translate the direction to the names, so it's easier to trace a little bit, but it is what it is. Okay, after we applied this entire stuff, let's see what's gonna happen. All right. And the direction have not changed even in the slightest, which is kind of concerning, not gonna lie. So maybe it has something to do with, like, let's also print the commands, right, that we executed. Right, so this is going to be command underscore. It also contains a new line, so let's actually put it like this. Right. Yeah. LR didn't do anything. That's the problem. Okay, I found a bug. R didn't do anything, even though it's supposed to rotate us. It didn't update D whatsoever. The question is why? So turns, if it's R, it has to be like a negative value, and we have to multiply it by that. But I don't know what exactly happened. So let me try to print something. Right. 90 divided by 90 is going to be 1, multiplied by 1 turns according to the command. So if it's R, it has to be -1. And then we're going to take a mod of it. Okay, so the only way I can see we can do something like that. Is there like a printf in Perl? Does anybody know? Perl printf. If it has that, it's actually kind of nice. If it doesn't, if there is sn printf, I hope it's not a third-party dependency. So it doesn't seem like a third-party dependency, but is there like just printf? Hello, Crazy Wolf, welcome to the stream. So let me see, is there just printf? There is just printf, but does it require file handler? Equivalent to printf. Okay, it's too much text. Oh my god, this is so dense. Like, all of this Perl documentation is so hard to read. Like, why people write documentation like that? Look at that. Like, what's wrong with people? Okay, so I'm gonna do printf, and maybe I can do something like this. I'm not sure. Like, is there any example of printf? Because it doesn't even contain any examples. Like, it's so bad. Examples. I don't care about this format. Examples. Okay, printf. Okay, cool, cool. I'm okay with that. Nice. So what I want to see here is the result of this thing, right? So it's going to be that. Then I want to take a look at that. Just want to debug them one by one and see what's going to be the result. What's going to be the result of this stuff? Excuse me? Nothing updated. Did I save? It didn't print anything. Is it because I have to print to the std out? Is that what I have to do? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Oh, wait, it should have worked on rotate. Okay. Okay, I know what the fuck is going on. Uh-huh. So that was -1, cool, cool, cool. It did rotate properly, but it still returns an incorrect value. It still returns an incorrect value. Holy shit, I've never fighted with language that much. Holy fucking shit. Ooh. Absolute value of the distance. Yeah, that's true. Thank you so much. Do we have ABS? Do we have ABS? Hopefully we do. 25? 25. Hell yeah, thank you. Thank you whoever said ABS. Yeah. Thank you, because yeah, I completely forgot. I was fighting with Perl so much, I completely forgot what the fuck I'm doing. Ooh, that's horrible. Some aspects of Perl are amazing. Some of them, holy shit, oh my god, it's just so fucking painful. And it's so difficult to even debug as well. Right. I'm really glad I'm not doing Perl professionally, because I cannot fucking imagine doing this like Maybe if you do that every day, it's not as bad. Right. It's not as bad. But holy shit. Maybe there's like a good debug techniques for Perl that people have developed who have to work with this every day. But oh my god. Okay, so I'm gonna include the input file, and hopefully we'll get the result for the first thing. So this should be our final answer, and bam! God damn! So yeah, I haven't programmed in Perl like in years. I completely forgot what the fuck is going on there, and that's kind of exciting, not gonna lie. I managed to do that. So yeah. That's why I don't learn any languages, because I can take just language and, you know, just Google up some shit, and it fucking works. It was painful, I'm not gonna fucking lie, but it worked. But I like the default variables. I think they're kind of cool. So let me make a small break, because I want to refill my water, and then we're gonna go to the part 2. So small break. I think it's gonna be 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes. Let's actually make 3. This is not what I wanted. There we go. And it's gonna be soon. And yeah, let's make a small break. You guys have. Yo, what's up? Welcome back to back. By the way, so far not a single void. Look at that, not a single void. It's kind of strange. Apparently I do not do void that often, so I wonder what exactly triggers them. Yep. Okay, so yeah, this was the first part. It was hard, but the second part should be harder. I mean, from the point of view of the problem, we'll see. I got myself familiarized with Perl a little bit, so from the point of the view of language, it should be a little bit easier. All right. Okay, so let's take a look at the part 2. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Do you really want me to read that? Do you really want me to read that? Jesus Christ. Okay, before you can give the destination to the captain, you realize that the actual action meanings were printed on the back of the instruction the whole time. Oh no! Almost all of the actions indicate how to move a waypoint, which is a relative to the ship position. Ship is an animal and ship is a vehicle, right? I don't know. A ship position. Action N means to move the waypoint north by the given value. S means south by the, I don't know what is a waypoint. What is a waypoint? Is that like a... I don't speak English, unfortunately, I'm sorry. Waypoint is the... okay. Is an intermediate point or place... intermediate point or place on the route line stopping... okay, cool. So we're moving the waypoint in this particular case, cool. The action L means to rotate the waypoint around the ship left, counterclockwise, the given number of degrees, means the rotate waypoint around, alright. Forward means to move forward to the waypoint a number of times. Oh, the waypoint is like, I see. Action F means to move forward to the waypoint. I see. I see. So first we select a position, right, and then we make the ship move towards that position. A waypoint starts 10 units east and 1 unit north relative to the ship. Okay. The waypoint is relative to the ship, that is, if the ship moves, the waypoint moves with it. For example, okay, I think I'm starting to understand. Please unban me, I exercise today. Okay, sure. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not a mod, I cannot unban you. So ask somebody from mods team. Starts 10 relative to the ship, the waypoint is relative to the ship, that is, okay, for example, using the same instruction as above, blah blah blah, and we're gonna end up with something. After this operation, the ship Manhattan distance from its starting position is, okay, figure out where the navigation instruction actually led. What is the Manhattan distance between that location and ship's starting position? Okay, this one is actually quite easy, right? The only challenge for me right now is to program in Perl. That's the real challenge. Not gonna fucking lie. Okay, corner distance. Yeah. Sure. Okay, corner distance. Cool. So let's refactor our code a little bit, shall we? So here's the source file, and what I'm thinking is that so here are the turns. The way L and the right, rotate the waypoint around the ship counterclockwise and given the given number of degrees. Okay, so I feel like we're starting to go floating points. So that's what we'll have to take into account. Okay, so let's introduce something like this. So this is going to be part... Oh, by the way, how do you return shit from Perl? Return from sub routine. Is there like a return keyword that you can do? Yeah, there is a return keyword, but Just return. Okay, so that's cool. Okay, cool. Nice. So we're gonna have something like part 1, which you can accept the file path. Might as well actually rename it to no part 1. So this is a part 1. It reads the file, and then we can simply return the final result. Cool. So this is a part 1. Then I want to introduce something like so file. So it has a file path. So print input file. Oh yeah, we have to do that slightly differently. So let me also quickly destructurize everything. This is a file path. New one, new line. Then we're gonna have part 1. And I probably can use something like printf. This is gonna be S. No, this is gonna be D, right? So it's part 1, file path. There we go. So now we have to have a part 2. Right, so this is gonna be part 2. And we need to calculate the Manhattan distance for the part 2. Part 2 also accepts a single file path, and I think I can bring majority of this code there. Majority of the code there. Yeah. And then close everything here. Okay, so now we have a position of the ship, right? Position of the ship, X and Y. Cool. But on top of that, we also have a position of the waypoint. I'm going to call WP X, and it starts something like that. So it has an initial position. Waypoint starts 10 units east. So the X is going to be 10, and 10 units east and 1 unit north up. So meaning that. Okay, turns here are going to be absolutely useless, I think, because we're going to have different kind of turns. So we have directions, we have that. Maybe directions are not going to be that useful either. So we'll have to rethink all of this entire stuff at some point. Yeah, that's for sure. So action means move the waypoint north by given value. Oh, I see. So this thing is going to become like coordinates. Yeah. So this thing will, will definitely become coordinates for the waypoint. So this entire stuff will turn into rows, right? So this entire stuff turns into rows. So too much programming. Yeah, that's probably why. I kind of want to have a cup of tea, to be fair. Like, this is really frustrating because you not only have to think about the problem, right, solving the problem, but also be constantly anxious that you cannot express that in this language, and then you'll have to force yourself Google everything. So it is really stressful. Like, seriously, try to, you know, just randomly pick a language first. Pick the language first and then read the problem. That shit is so stressful. Shit. But it's kind of a cool challenge. You can also, for an extra challenge, you can try to stream that. So, because I'm choosing the language and I'm not even sure if the language is going to be like, if the problem is going to be easy to solve in that language. Like, I don't know. Just see. Whew. Okay. So that's why sometimes I just fall asleep, because for fuck's sake. So I want to make a cup of tea, so forgive me while I'm making a cup of Earl Grey. Does anyone have any questions while I'm making a cup of tea, by the way? Maybe. Do you guys like me programming in Perl? I'm pretty sure it triggers a lot of like professional Perl programmers, but keep in mind that I just don't program in Perl daily. I think the last time I programmed in Perl was like 5 years ago, and I haven't touched it since then. So I have like, so you know, leftovers of some, you know, weird knowledge about it, but that's about it. It would be interesting to try a language that I really never tried before, like Ruby. So yeah, I'm an professional Perl programmer, and I'm triggered as well. Well, okay. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna go quickly turn on the kettle. Just a second. So the kettle is in a different room. Bash when? To be fair, I don't know. Like, what is bash? Right. Because bash is basically a glue code of external commands. Right. And those external commands are written in C. Right. So can I write my own program in C and run it from bash and say that I've written in bash? Because yeah, it's just written in bash. So that means I should not be allowed to do these kind of things. But what's the criteria? Like, which executables I'm allowed to run from bash and which I'm not allowed to run from bash? The one that are available on my system. But what if they are available not on all systems? Right. So I have to be compliant with POSIX standard or something. So like you need to think about rules to call this challenge like solving a problem in bash. What do we consider bash? Like, yeah, really. So it has to be bash POSIX. Does it have to be POSIX compliant? So I can only run programs that are available in POSIX or something. See, it's just, you need to think about that. Like just solving problem in bash is not really specific enough, in my opinion. Yo, what's up? I'm back. How's it going? How everyone is doing? Is everything okay? So we have some shit to solve. So now the direction, the name of the direction corresponds. Oh yeah, so it basically corresponds to that. Right, yeah, it corresponds to that. Cool. When is the next MATLAB challenge? I don't have MATLAB on the machine, sorry. Okay. So I think I'm gonna just move these things here. So this is how we move. By the way, it means to move forward to the waypoint a number of times equal to the given one. What's funny is that the waypoint can be at a really weird angle. It can be at a really weird angle, which means that the position also can be really weird. So it can be like a floating point. Can we ever have an opportunity to see your hair growing back again? Well, I mean, sure, if you subscribe. I'm just joking. I don't know. I'm actually enjoying no hair so far, so we'll see. It's a running experiment. Just let me be like that for like a month, and then I will come to the conclusion whether I like it or not, right? Because, you know, with the long hair is kind of, you know, difficult to take care of it, and I was never good at taking care of it. So maybe this is gonna be easier. So I need like a month to come to the conclusion. I want to try the same. Well, yeah. Okay, so this is what we're gonna have. So here are the names, and we'll see. How about beard? The problem with beard is that it doesn't grow on me. Like, I can not shave for for a long time, and you won't probably notice on the camera. It will be noticeable in real life, but you won't notice it on this camera. And what's funny is that if I grow mustache, they will never connect here, so I don't have any hair between them here whatsoever. Like, it just doesn't grow. And the hair, I have hair up until like this area. I never have any hair like here at all. It's just so weird. Yeah. You're male? What kind of question is that in 2020? Excuse me? Even if I shaved my hair. So. Alright. Imagine asking something like that in 2020. God damn it. Right. You're so lucky he don't prove. I don't think I want to prove anything right now, especially considering that we're on Twitch, okay? So let's not go into that. What I wanted to say. Yeah. I have a feeling that the position of the ship could be really strange. To be fair, not. I think it's gonna be... yeah, towards... we're moving towards waypoint. Right, we're moving towards waypoint. That means we'll have to normalize that vector. That's really strange. So moving the ship to a total of 100 is leaving the ship at east 100. So do they guarantee that it's gonna end up, you know, at the right position or something? That would be actually kind of cool if it did. I think my kettle is done, by the way. I'm fucking coming. Okay, how everyone's doing? I have my tea. I have my tea. Cool. So let's try to implement all of this and see how it goes. I'd like to touch his head with my finger. Who are you talking about? Who is he? So many people are talking about like he, right? Who are they talking about? Like every time, like what is he doing? What is with his hair? Who are you talking about? It's really interesting. Some mystery person. Who is he? I don't know. Okay, so this is where we are like extracting all of this thing. He's talking about me. Oh, I see. So you guys are talking about your hotspots. Nice. Cool. So, and now we're gonna try to handle the directions here. The directions. So that means we want to take this one. Right, we're gonna take this one. And there we go. Should be pretty straightforward. What that means, I take the CMD and I use it in the names, right, like this. That gives me this shit. After that, I have to dereference the pointer. I think I can dereference, yeah, I think I can dereference them like that. I just remember that you can do it either like that, or you can try to do that like that. But I think it's kind of dangerous to do like that, so I'm gonna go with whatever we already have. Right, with whatever we already have. So it's gonna be like this. So, and that gives us this, and I'll have to update waypoint, right? So this is the waypoint, WP, x plus equal multiplied by the amount of times, so by the amount of arguments. So this is y, but this is going to be 1. So welcome to Perl, because this is how we do that in Perl. By the way, let me double check. Perl dereference pointer. So there are pointers in Perl apparently. Dereferencing. Yeah, I think it should work. I kind of vaguely remember that. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. I see. Nice. Cool. So that means I can simplify this and make it less noisy syntactically, because that's kind of noisy. Like, there we go. Oh, that looks a little bit better, I think. That definitely looks a little bit better. Okay, the next one is gonna be what? Else if cmd lr what? Oh yeah, this is because I put this thing here. LR. So in case of LR, we have to rotate waypoint around the ship, right? So essentially what we have here is a vector, right? So there's this vector wx, which is essentially wpx minus ship x, right? And similarly y. So here we go. So we have this vector and we have to rotate the vector. How do you rotate the vector? How do you rotate the vector? So essentially, you probably just take, like calculate an angle of that vector and rotate it and construct a vector back. Rotating matrices, yeah, probably. So yeah, let's rotate the vector. Rotate to d vector. Formula for rotating to d vector. I could probably derive it, but I'm too lazy, so I'm gonna just look it up. Oh yeah, cool. So preliminary is proved by. Okay. To rotate a vector xy. Okay, so that's how we do that. We rotate vector anti-clockwise around the original b degrees, and as far as I know, left is counterclockwise, right? So left is counterclockwise. Okay, so that's actually perfect. L is going to be counterclockwise and right is going to be clockwise. Isn't waypoint relative to the ship? Yes, and that's exactly why I'm doing all of that, because it's relative to the ship. Yes, you got it right, Hardy. Look at that. Look at that. So, now, you're so smart, my god. Oh yeah, you are smart actually, because, yeah, there we go. I'm dumb, I'm sorry. So we don't even need that. Yeah, I get it. So this is because I can't fucking do it. Yes, I'm dumb. You didn't know that? You didn't know that. Yes, I'm dumb. Let's drink some tea, shall we? Get it. All right. So this is why I need tea, right? Because I'm becoming so dumb. Cheers. All right. So let's see. Cool. Okay, so I can actually copy paste this entire stuff. That's cool. I can copy paste. Do I have sine and cosine in? Not bad. Not bad at all. When I was trying to copy paste that, I didn't expect to get something like this, but that looks cool. isn't it? All right. So we can just put it here then. Perl, sine, cosine, I hope it's gonna be available. Oh, don't tell me that it's some sort of like a third-party dependency. Don't tell me that, please. What is math trig? Oh, really? Oh my god. Oh my god, I fucked myself over. So... Okay, it seems to be available already there, so... maybe if I do something like Perl, so print sin 3, 14, 15, and it worked. It actually did something, so that means we can use sine and cosine. Cool. So this is gonna be that. So what's gonna be the angle? So the angle is args multiplied by WPX, right? So cosine args x1 minus sine args WPY. Cool. So then this one is sine args WPX plus cosine args WPY. So and that gives us, you know, it's actually kind of dangerous because it modifies x, so that means it's not going to be correct. That means we'll have to do something like this. Right, so this is going to be our case, and depending on whether it's L or R, we'll have to multiply args. Well, it has to be a negative args or not negative args. So, yeah, so this is, let's call it next or new WP, right? And this is only going to be if CMD is actually specifically, is it equal like that? I think that's what it is, L, right? So it's only going to work for L. Otherwise, it has to be negative. The arguments has to become negative. But I wonder if I can do like a small trick here, where I can just do like that, and if it's R, I can just do arg equal minus arg, right? So it will become negative like that. And yeah, I think that's even a little bit better. And after that I can do WP. What's the shortcut to edit two lines at the same time? I don't know, because they are my reflexes. I do not remember shortcuts, I just use them. Cool. So this is the rotation. This is the rotation of our nation. What's funny is that it will turn all of that into floats, right? And that's what I'm really worried about. Because then it can mess up the final results, because we're gonna end up with a lot of errors, floating point errors and shit like that, and I'm not really sure how I'm gonna combat them, but maybe that's gonna be okay. Code rad. Oh, you actually reminded me. This is degrees. Oh shit, this is degrees. Thank you for reminding me. Radiant. So this should accept radians. Oh shit. Lines should be WX, should be out of sine, cosine. What are you talking about? Cosine minus sine, sine plus cosine, WX. I don't know, there's no mistake here. I don't know what you're talking about. 90, what? What? I don't understand. There's no mistake here, I don't see any mistake. Okay. This is really something that worries me, right? It really worries me that it's not gonna work. It's outside of trigonometric function. You... Okay, so they just used a really weird way of spelling it, so I'm blaming website on that. Thank you so much. I'm thinking about different thing, like I'm thinking about different thing. What I was thinking about. I don't remember. Okay, so yeah, Radiance. Yeah, Radiance. Thank you so much. This is quite important. God damn it. Do we even have pi? Do we even have pi in there? We don't. Perl pi. Emacs. Not Emacs, but Google. Do I really need math trig thingy? Because it feels like a third-party dependency. Is it a third-party dependency? I don't know. Print pi. Okay, it's undefined function. And if I try to use something like that, right? So I'm gonna remove that. Use math trig, right? So it's not gonna work. Wait a second, it didn't fail. Oh shit, it is available. Nice. It is available, cool. So that means I should be able to do the following thing, right? I'm gonna multiply by pi. So Emacs, jump back to where you were. All right. Multiply by pi. Divide by 120. Here we go. So maybe I'm gonna actually have some sort of an angle here, so I don't have to deal with this kind of bullshit. Right. There we go. So I don't have to deal with this kind of bullshit. And this is gonna be the new one. Okay. All right. So else. So in else we have a situation that it's f. So that means we have to move towards the waypoint. I have to move towards the waypoint. So that means we need to normalize the waypoint, right? So we have to normalize the waypoint. We'll have to take its length and so on and so forth, right? So let's try to find the length of the vector, right? So it's going to be length like this plus wpy, and I hope we're gonna have a sqrt, right? We're gonna have a sqrt. So this is the length, and essentially what we'll have to do, we have to take the position of the ship and move towards wpx divided by length. And we also have to be super careful if the length is not equal 0, because it can, but hopefully they're not gonna debate us like that. Right, and then we're gonna multiply all of that by the amount of arguments, like this. So this is, by the way, there should be no my, I know that, I know, okay, y, like this. So this is essentially what we're trying to do here. And I guess that's it. That's the second thing. But again, it falls into the category of floating point numbers, and this dumb solution probably gonna fail because it will keep accumulating errors, floating point errors, and maybe there is some sort of a trick that I simply don't know. Right, but whatever. Whatever. So after that, I want to return to the 2 ship x plus ship y. Okay. All right, cool. So this is a part 1. What about the part 2? So let's see how miserably it will fail. 27, and it is not 27. It is definitely not 27, this is fucking sure. Okay, so what exactly happened here? So this is the args, and I don't take into, well, I mean, yeah, this is the amount of these things. It's kind of strange. Okay. So there's that. And you never know where exactly it failed, because it could be failing because of the weird semantic of the Perl, right? Because of something super weird that you just have no control over. And there's nothing you can do about that. So the only thing we can do, we can try to trace that yet again. Let's just try to trace that. So this is going to be ship X. Ship X, then we're gonna have ship Y, ship Y, and then we're gonna have something WPX. Oh, I hate typing this kind of stuff, and WPY. So this is a new line. Okay, and every time we execute the command, we're gonna also trace this entire step. Hopefully, this is not really what I wanted to see, but I think that's okay. So here's the part. Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. Like, it just does a lot of weird shit that is not really great. Let me remove the input file. So part 2 didn't do shit. Why didn't perform anything? Excuse me. So this is part 2. Okay, so okay, it prints afterwards. All right. Moves 10 times. Oh, it does not normalize waypoint. I see. For some reason I thought it's gonna normalize the waypoint, so apparently we don't need to normalize waypoint. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Okay, so we're just moving it like that. Okay, and that makes sense. 286. Okay, so it doesn't require any normalization. I wonder if we can do rotation in a similar way. I think we can do rotation without the trigonometry function. Yeah. So I really want to get rid of any floating point stuff because they are kind of dangerous. Right. So let me think. Let me think if I can do that. Because all of that is integer anyway, so let me see if I can do that. Because I need to visualize that stuff. I cannot do that without any visualization, so that's for sure. Ooh, Perl is hard. All right, so I need some sort of a grid. Right. Need some sort of a grid. Hello, Tequila Tobias. I don't know how to pronounce your nickname, but hello, really glad to see you. Anyway, how are you doing? We're just drawing grid, you see. Slowly but painfully like drawing grid. Another one? Let's put another one, whatever. So here is the ship, right? So here is the ship, here is the waypoint, right? I think you can essentially just, if you do 180, right? 180 is going to be effectively mirroring it like that. Effectively mirroring it like that. Yeah, I think I understand what they want, but I think I see. So if it is like that, that means you can always rotate this, like you can view this as a figure that goes like this, right? That goes like this. And you essentially rotating that figure by 90 degrees. This is really dangerous, by the way. I'm not gonna finish drawing. I'm not gonna do all 360, by the way. So, and that, fucking hell. And that's gonna end up somewhere here. That's gonna end up somewhere here. Yeah, this is essentially how we do that. So, but how can you rotate all over that? For some reason, I don't have a mental framework prepared for that, so the easiest thing to think of is something like this, right? If you have something like that, if you rotate it to that, right? If you have this like thing that is parallel to the origin, to the axis, right? Something that is parallel to the axis is essentially like if it's y, that means x here is going to be equal to 0, but y is going to be equal to something. When you wanna, actually, it would be better to do it like that, right? So in that case, you're going to have x, 0. If you want to rotate it clockwise, like one time, you essentially swap these things like that, and you end up with x, right? You end up with x. So this is 90 degrees. If you want to rotate it even further, you swap it again. Like if you want to rotate it to here, right? You want to rotate it to here, you swap it again, and you end up with x0, but you have to actually take the negative x. So this is 180. So if you want to rotate it even further, yeah. For some reason, I never actually developed a mental framework to do that. Okay, maybe for now, I'm gonna just go with sine and cosine, and then I'm gonna think about it a little bit later. So, maybe sine and cosine is not going to accumulate too many errors, and that's going to be totally okay. So let me just get rid of the print and also enable this thing. Okay, so in our case it's 25 286, right? And according, oh, I didn't want to close. So this is 25, 286, 286, and my answer is 1181. Okay, so theoretically this should be the result. This should be the result, but I'm not 100% sure. So yeah, it's either gonna work, right? In that case, it's cool. Or it's not going to work. In that case, we'll need to think about solution without floating points, because the input sort of tries to trick us into like using floating, or at least me, maybe I'm that dumb, and accumulate a lot of errors, because that answer may be off by some value. And it isn't. Okay, so that's actually pretty cool. But I still want to think about solution without floats, right? So it's cool that it works with that, but it would be cooler without floats. Does anybody know like an easy way to just rotate, like use? Thank you, that's really helpful. So yeah, all right, let's do a committee, I suppose. Let's do a committee. You need a rotating matrix. I mean, you mean this thing? Jump of tell me that You mean I need this thing, right? Yes. What do you think this is? Like this thing. What do you think this is? But sign equal plus. Ah! I think I know what you mean. I think I saw what you mean, but all right. So this is something that I will have to think after the stream probably. I don't know why I cannot easily come up with that, because maybe I never needed that, but it feels like it's such a common thing to have in competitive programming. And I, for some reason, never encountered doing it. This problem, the sin will be either minus 1. Yeah, I get the idea. So we can kind of, yeah. All right. So let me try. I see what you mean, Jump. Thank you. Let's do a README. Let's do a README. But I mean, I solved it anyway, so it feels like the problems are getting easier and easier. So the 10th one was the most difficult so far, probably, because of the dynamic programming. Dynamic programming makes everything difficult. But yeah, day 12, solution in Perl, and we're gonna give the link to the Perl programming language. Cool. I'm actually surprised I managed to solve that in Perl. In 2 hours, by the way. In 2 hours. Yeah, cool. Install Perl, where you can download this thing. So download and get started. And make sure Perl is available in path. Is available in path. And then just do make, yeah, just do make, and that will do the rest of this thing. Yep, and it seems to be working. Cool. So we're ready to commit that. So it's gonna be 12. Add day 12 solution in Perl, and we're gonna push that right into the repo, and you can find the source code of the solution here. So we already have 12 solutions, each an individual one in a different goddamn language. How about that? Imagine using the same language in Advent of Code for each individual game. Cringe. So yeah, we've tried a lot of languages, and I'm gonna keep pushing that as far as I can until I encounter a problem that I cannot solve. Assembly tomorrow. I wouldn't mind to program in assembly, but again, it's like with Bash, which assembly? x86-64, in that case, which dialect? Nazm, Fazm, Gazm? Not Gazm, but Gas. So that means if I can use x86-64, right? Phasm is a separate dialect of assembly, so I can use Phasm, and then Nazm is going to be separate dialect of assembly. So essentially, like I have 2 languages, and then I can use GNU assembly, which is going to be third dialect. And then can I consider x86 32 bits a separate language as well? So that means I have combinatorial situation, right? So on one axis I have like assembly, GNU, Nazm, Phasm, and on the other axis 64-bit and 32-bit. So that means I have in total already 6 languages, right? Just because of that. And on top of that, can I use ARM? So how many languages can I do? So this actually starts to sound like a pretty good separate Advent of Code challenge, right? When you solve all of the problems, but only in assembly, but each time you use a different assembly. It's either different architecture or a different dialect or something, or a combination of both. So that would be interesting. What do you think? I think that's kind of cool. And I'm pretty sure you can find at least 25 different dialects and architectures of different assemblies. So that should be pretty straightforward. Oh, and by the way, on which operating system I'm doing that? Right. So because am I using libc? Am I not using libc? If I'm not using libc, I'm interacting with the operating system in syscalls, which syscalls am I using? I'm using Linux syscalls, FreeBSD syscalls, Windows syscalls. Are these separate languages? Like, huh? Oh, I don't know. So you see, it's kind of like people say, just program in assembly, but when people say that, they don't really understand what they're saying, right? So the only thing people who suggest to use assembly know, they only know assembly hard, suggest assembly streamer, haha. That's what the only thing they know, right? But they they don't really realize what exactly they're saying, right? So, so yeah. Anyways, so let me think about the solution without without the floating points. 16 raiders from Dawnhodge have joined. Thank you for raiding, and welcome to our epic Advent of Code stream. Yes, we're solving Advent of Code in Perl. How do you like my Perl code, by the way? Isn't that epic? I think it's pretty epic. Goddamn, JavaScript Zoomers won't understand. What does it mean to program in Perl? So yeah. We're actually using a different language for each individual day. So far we used 12 different languages. Rust, Haskell, Java, D, C++, Python, Go, JS, OCaml, C, NIM, Perl. And yeah, I'm not sure which one is going to be the next language. Oh, by the way, I recently got reminded about a language called Pike. Have you guys heard about it? Pike programming language. It's like C but interpreted. And I looked into it, it looks really goddamn interesting, actually. Has anyone tried this language? Has anyone tried it? So it's an interpreted general-purpose high-level cross-platform dynamic programming language with syntax similar to that of C. It actually looks like C. So this is the hello world. This is hello world. And it is dynamically typed. So you can even do cool things like in TypeScript. You can say you have a number is either int or float. So you have sort of like built-in variance here. And on top of that, you have a special type mixed. But apart from that, it looks exactly like C. It is really weird and really strange. I never tried it. So what is it? Pike has its roots in LPC, which was a language developed for mods. Does anyone know what is a mod? Has anyone played any mods? Do we have any boomers here who played any mods? God damn it. Because I played them. Or tell them. That was cool. But I mean, I'm not a boomer because I just did that quite recently, I think 5 years ago, because I like accidentally discovered them. And they're still a thing, and they're pretty active actually. And people play them quite a lot. As a kid I played with mod a lot, yeah, so same. So essentially mod is like a MMORPG before, like, you know, before graphics. You essentially connect to the server via telnet, right? You connect via telnet, and via telnet you send commands to the server to advance in the game. So you can have commands like look in the current room, like check the chest, right, or go to the next room. And by typing these commands, you can do different actions, and it's actually multiplayer. So there's other people who also connected via telnet doing the same things, and they can be in the same room with you, and you can chat with them and maybe fight or maybe exchange items. So it's like a command line game, but it's also multiplayer because you can be in the same room with other people and interact with other people. So that is actually super cool. But you not necessarily have to use telnet. There are specialized clients, right, that also connect over telnet, and they just can present you like a little bit better graphics, right, and they can automate some things, but usually they are still playable via telnet. So it's a D&D without a game master. I would say it's really closer to MMORPG without graphics, really. So yeah. Mod of choice, Realms of Chaos gameplay players. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, you're new to the chat, you're not allowed to send links, but some people who use Chatterina, they can still click on it, so don't worry about it. Alright, so, and apparently Pike like has roots in developing mods, so that's kind of cool. So maybe I'm gonna use Pike for one of the challenges as well. So, and by the way, like 5 or 6 years ago when I connected to one of the mod servers, I'm not sure if they're active yet, but 5 or 6 years ago they were still active, and I was actually surprised how many people still play them. Really. It's quite interesting. It's like IRC, right? So people assume that IRC is dead, but go to Freenode and look how many people are there. It's insane. It's like hundreds of thousands of people like chatting every day. Hello Gaylolo, welcome to the stream. Alrighty, so yesu kawaii desu. So IRC is dead though, because I'm not really promoting it. That's probably why. Okay. I still wanna like solve that problem of not using floating points for this particular thing. So, but I'm gonna do that after a small break because I really need to. I mean, pee. I need to pee, so let's make a small break. Small break. 2 minutes. What is my favorite programming language? Check out FIQ. It's literally one of the last questions there. Right, so it's gonna be 2 minutes, and yep. Imagine judging people by their languages. Cringe. All right, let's make a small break, and you guys have fun. Where's the music? Oh, here it is. Welcome back. To back. Oh, everyone's there. Perl looked fun than I thought it would be. Not gonna lie. Oh, yeah, it's actually kind of fun. So, except for the pointer stuff. I see Coq when. Coq as a programming language is not that useful, to be fair. But we can try to do something about it. Yeah, because we don't really need to have like a production Coq thingy, right? So the only thing we need to do, we need to compute the result, but we need to be able to read the file. And how do you read files in Coq? I have no idea. So Prolog would be even useful. Yeah, something like SWI Prolog, SWI Prolog would be extremely useful. because it has all sorts of batteries. And it definitely can read from files and shit, so it's like a proper programming language with a lot of useful stuff. Okay, so I think to implement the idea that is suggested by John, we need to implement a table, right, for sign and whatnot. So, do you put the VODs on YouTube? Yes, I do. Check out our VODs channel. So here it is. All of them are available there. What's up, Togglebeat? Welcome to the stream. So, let me see. So it's already solved, but I still want to try to do this like table. How should we call it? Like scene is probably already taken. Scene is probably already taken, but it's a function name, and function name do not require like a special syntax. So there's like a cool thing about Perl in that regard is that you can have variables and functions with the same name because you access them differently, right? And especially you probably can even have scalars and arrays with the same name because you access them differently. Yeah, but I'm not sure how to check that. So, all right. Sign with 0, right? Sine of 0 is gonna be what? Cosine is x, sine is y, if I remember correctly. Sine 0 is gonna be actually 0, right? So and 0 here indicates like a 0 degrees or whatnot. So 1 is gonna be what? If it's a sine, 1 is gonna be 1, right? So this is gonna be, yeah, let's actually call them 90. So 180 is gonna be 0 again, and 270, right, if I understand correctly, is gonna be -1. So I hope I got it right. I think I got it right. I think I got it right. So this is going to be our cosine situation, and we're going to have something similar to like sine, and we're going to have something similar to cosine, right? New programming language every day for 25 days. Yes, it's absolutely unique idea. Nobody done that before. I'm the first one who came up with it, and so far I'm doing quite well. You can check out our source code here. So as you can see, I'm on day 12. Actually, I should refresh it. And didn't I push it? I think I didn't refresh properly. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, and so far we for each individual day we use different languages, and yes, C and C++. C++ and C are different languages. Ask any C or C++ developer. Seriously, ask any C or C++ developer. They will tell you with the passion that they are different languages. So that's why I have separate problems using these two separate languages. So now let's continue. So cosine of 0 is going to be 1 because it's x. Cosine of 90 is going to be 0, right? Cosine is 180 is going to be -1, and cosine of 270 is going to be 0 again. So this is basically what we have here, and something like this. All right, so it gives us this kind of stuff. An argument, right? So here's the argument. Oh shit. And essentially what we can do here is just divide by 90, and that will give us a number from 1 to 3. And here what we can do, so this is the cosine, I just do cos like this. Oh shit, that's such a cool idea actually, John. Thank you. It does make sense. It does make sense. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, and it basically gets rid of the floating points, right? We don't use any floating points anymore. Will there be a Julia challenge? I don't know. Do I have Julia on my machine? Julia. Okay, we'll see. Okay, so let me see. So that's it, I would say, and let's try to test that. Will that work? It works. John, where are you? I need you, John. Okay, so there we go. You're VIP of this gym now. Thank you so much. That's a cool idea, and it makes sense. It's such a simple idea, and yeah, I think like. Probably it's the simplest ideas that are difficult to come up with, I think, right? So it's easy to come up with like the huge cumbersome solution and idea, but the most difficult part is just to make it concise and elegant and small. So yeah, thank you so much, and just yeah, beautiful. We don't even need this shit anymore, so we're not using any trigonometric functions or anything like that. It just works. Cool. You look so smart. No, you. Got him. So, maybe I can get rid of this kind of stuff now. So I'm gonna just join everything here and join everything here. There we go. So sine and cosine. Cool. So that was the whole solution. There's another method, by the way, the one that it doesn't involve like trigonometrical interpretation, right? Is that what you mean, Jiang? So yeah, so essentially it would be something about swapping the components of the vector and negating them and so on and so forth. Is that what you mean? Swapping and negating them. You know what's funny? These two tables essentially describe how you swap them and how you negate them. You see? Because you have that, and you always multiply them like this. So you basically encode the swapping and negation in this sort of matrix. Did we already go through that? I was trying to come up with that when I was drawing. Yeah, so this is what I was trying to come up with that. But then I got tired of it. So I would say it's probably your solution, Jiang, right? So we did that without trigonometrical interpretation. But what's funny is that you end up doing the same thing. Because, yeah. That's kind of cool. Anyways, so let's actually commit all of that. 12. Get rid of floating point arithmetics. Okay. And let's push that right into the repo. And again, the solutions are available here. Thank you so much, everyone who helped me. Because doing stuff in Perl is actually a huge pain in the ass. Not gonna lie. I was fighting more with Perl than actually trying to solve the problem. Oh yeah, so somebody's asked about Julia. So, Julia. Okay, I can program in this language, so maybe the next problem is gonna be in Julia. I don't know. I never tried Julia, by the way, but I mean, I just installed it, I just run it, and I can do arithmetics in it. So that means it's already usable. It's already more usable than Scala, for example. Because for Scala, I'll have to like install a separate like SBT building tool and wait for an hour until it downloads everything, and then half of an hour to wait for the compilation of Hello World. So it's literally unusable. This is usable, so I can probably use that. So I can program. Well, yeah, really, with all the languages are the same shit anyway, so who fucking cares? They just have like minor syntactical differences. So if we can install it, can run it, and do things in it, it's already usable. So, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have like less, a more pleasant experience than with Perl. I'm pretty sure about that. How about Erlang? I can program with it. Maybe we can do Perl at some point as well. Yeah, sure. We'll see. Okay. So I already pushed everything, and yeah. So I usually lag in behind 1 day to give people opportunity to solve everything. So we're gonna solve the 13th problem tomorrow. Dear Soding, I'm watching you a long time and I have pleasure to be here even I don't understand 99%, I love coding, etc. Can you share your dream about programming or your streams? Let me think. I want to be able one day to bring the kettle from kitchen here so I don't have to go to kitchen every time I need to make a tea. So that's my dream. It's really painful to go to kitchen every fucking time. It's just doesn't fly. Anyway, so let's continue. Why haven't you done that already? The problem is that my kettle is so pepega. Like there's no. First of all, it has like a very short cable, just like my PP, and I cannot put it anywhere. Like it's just not convenient to put it anywhere. And that's why I cannot bring it. Like it's just easier to keep it in kitchen. It used to be right next to your desk, right? Yeah, because it was a different kettle. It was a different kettle. And I left that kettle in my previous apartment, and I bought another one, and it was pepega completely. So it is what it is. So yeah. Look at that. We used so many languages. Others is 40%. Because yeah. Anyway. I'm getting an extension cord. Well, I don't have an extension. Well, I have these shits. Do you see that? I probably can use that. I don't remember what was the problem. There's a problem with this socket specifically. It's too much effort. I don't want to do that. Like, I want it to just magically be here all the time. It's just too much effort for me. I'm sorry. What the fuck is all this? Basically, we have so many languages. It just doesn't have like it does. They're so small. The percentages are so small that it basically comprises them into others. So that's well. This is my hypothesis, at least. I don't know what's going on. So, yep. So what we're gonna do next? So we're done with Advent of Code for today, and today, according to the schedule, we're supposed to be doing game development in C++. We haven't done that one for quite some time. So, so if you don't know, we're developing a game for quite some time that doesn't really have any name. It has a code name something. So, and let's take a look at that game. So I'm gonna take a look at the status. That's really strange. Oh yeah, well, we were checking stat hole. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna multi-weapon enemies. Anyway, so let me check out master and maybe fetch the latest changes. And 25 dialects is Lisp. To be fair, there's not that many active dialects of Lisp, right? So how many active dialects of Lisp can you like name? Scheme, Common Lisp, Emacs Lisp, Clojure. Anything else? Like, I'm pretty sure there's a shit ton of dead dialects of Lisp, but the actual active ones that are actually usable in production somehow. I don't think there's that many of them, to be fair. So, eBisp is active, yeah. So here's the game that we'll be developing for quite some time, right? You can do pew pew pew. You can shoot with different projectiles. Right, and you also can place blocks and stuff like that. Yes, this is like a 2D Fortnite. It's not actually, but people say that. And you can also have enemies, right? And enemies even have AI. Enemies even have AI, and they can follow you, right? You can fight with them with different projectiles. Projectiles, by the way, interact with each other. So, for example, fire projectile gets... Yeah, so there's also shit ton of bugs, you know. We are AAA game development studio. We have a lot of bugs on the release. So yeah. And recently we introduced a pretty interesting thing. So we introduced a move that allows you to stomp, right? So we can stomp like that, you see? Right. And now we even have an enemies, pretty cool enemies that combine two weapons together. So they can stomp you, and if you're too far away, well, I mean, yeah, I think... Oh, that's kind of interesting. Yeah. So they're supposed to actually use both of them, but it actually killed us, but yeah. So that's the game that we've been developing for quite some time, and after Advent of Code, I was planning to continue working on this game and just maybe do something with it. I mean, add some content, maybe fix some bugs and whatnot. Yeah, you know, generally work on it. It's written in C++, by the way, if anyone is interested. Because I do know that people care about languages so much. They get really very religious about languages. So if you're using, you know, the languages that they don't like, they won't like you as a person. They will literally think that you're a bad person for using that specific language that they don't like. And especially if you say something bad about their favorite programming language, you're straight up dead. So yeah, people care like a lot about languages. I don't know why, because I don't give a shit about them. I think all of them are shit. So apparently, yeah. So I forgot to merge some of this stuff. Yeah. So we need to update the project. So update CMD project. Today we are game development in C++. The source code is going to be available at https://github.com/sodding something. There we go, it's available here. And I also need to update the title. So the title is going to be game development in C++. Simple as that. The simpler title, the better, right? So everyone knows that. So we have the pull request here that I didn't merge for some reason. Maybe I forgot about that. But yeah, so the thing we implemented here is basically multi-weapon logic, which allows the enemies to use two weapons simultaneously. Basically the long-range weapon that shoots projectiles and the short-range weapon like stomp, and combine them together in clever ways. For example, if you're too close, they will try to stomp you. If you're too far away, they will try to shoot you. So, and that's kind of cool. So, and I didn't merge that pull request. So let's quickly do that. And let's just do merge about that. So, and let's delete the branch and let's go, boys and girls. Let's go. So I'm gonna first delete the stuff. High level, how do you use multiple brains? You just use them. Brain abstraction. Okay, so we have a dirty thingy here. Okay, so it didn't cause any merge conflicts, which is kind of cool. We can take a look at the result of this situation, right? Let's take a look. So maybe I don't need to rebuild everything. So I only need to rebuild the debug. Oh yeah, I don't have a debug here. Something debug. Oh, by the way, hello, Oppa. I haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing? Does each enemy have an array of brains? No, they have only a single brain. Alright, so let's take a look. How does it work? So here's an enemy, and as you can see, it tries to shoot you, but if you're too close, it will try to stomp you. But if you tower far away, it tries to shoot you, but then it tries to stomp you. See, it's pretty cool. Yep. Cool. So it combines like two weapons simultaneously, and it switches between them. So, and that creates more interesting dynamic. I've been looking more lately. Oh, I see. Okay, makes sense. There's nothing wrong with lurking. Lurking is good. All right. So looks cool, and I think on the previous stream, what I was working on a new attack. Which essentially will be available for the ice golems, right? We have a special like enemy called an ice golem. So which doesn't really do anything special right now, but it's supposed to be special. Like it's just, you know, a basic shooter that follows you and shoots with the projectiles. Actually, why does it use both of these? Why does it have this brain? It's not supposed to have this brain. Huh. Okay, so that's already something interesting. Okay, so we need some sort of like implement the ice spike attack. Essentially, the golem will, you know, just smash the ground, and the ice, like the wave of ice spike will you know be emitted, and it will hurt you probably. Cool. So ice spike attack. Does it make sense? I'm not sure if it makes sense, but maybe it will make sense after we implement it. So I already chose assets for this spike attack. I mean, this is not going to be a final assets anyway, so but this is going to be a placeholder assets. This one. So we're going to use this as the ice spike for the attack, and we'll see how it goes. Maybe it's going to go well. Maybe it's not going to go well. Who knows? Who knows? Okay, ice spike attack. So first thing we'll have to do, we'll have to add them to the sprites. So here are the crystals, and we have different PNGs. So here's Icy. Yeah. So maybe we're gonna even use that one. That one looks okay, right? This one looks okay. So let's just use that one. But I need to sort of extract it from the rest of these things. Let me try to open this entire stuff in Krita, and we'll see if it's gonna work or not. I wonder if I'll be able to extract all of that. Krita. Vita. Sorry. Didn't mean to. Cool. So now what I need to do, I need to have a selection, maybe crop tool. How about that? But I want to work with the crop tool on the level of pixels. I like how pixel perfect they are to each other. So do I want it to? Yeah, I want it to be like that, I think. Yeah. Perfect. Oh, we have a raid from Pailada. Thank you for the raid, and welcome to our epic game development stream. How about that? Bet you didn't expect that shit to happen, huh? I'm a professional game developer. Look at that shit. I developed a stomp attack, so now you can not only shoot with different shit, you can also stomp. And I like how the player is also animated when you hit the ground, and the camera is shaking, so it really creates the feeling of this thing being, you know, stomped and stuff like that. Yeah, and the enemies can use that as well. So right, they can follow you, and they will try to stomp you, right? So yeah. First of all, they try to shoot, and if you're too close enough, they will be stomping you, and then they will kill you. So yeah, pretty cool. What happened to your hair, Mr. Tsoding? Well, I've been programming too much in JavaScript, and it's pretty toxic language, not gonna lie. So that's yeah, it also teabags you after the death. It's a very important feature. It's a very important feature. We're not gonna remove it in the future. Yeah. He molded. Yeah. So what's cool about being molded is that you're not molding anymore, right? Because that process has finished. You completely molded. So I'm not molding anymore. So yeah, and now I'm trying to come up with a new attack, essentially like an ice spike attack for ice golems and shit like that. I do have like the sprites of ice golems. They're very dumb right now. They repeat the pattern of the dirt golems, and that's not really great. So I want them to have like their special ice spike attack, but basically they just smash the ground and the ice spike just fits you from below. That's the idea, at least. Yeah, and what we're doing right now, we're just stealing some assets from the internet, and that's going to be the ice spike that's going to fist you from below when you get attacked. Yeah. Well, I mean, we're not stealing the assets, like it's under public domain, right? So we do have a license, and the license is literally just CC0, which is like public domain. We don't even have to credit them, by the way. So yeah, but this is a placeholder art. Once I'm done developing game mechanics, I'm gonna draw my own assets. Alrighty, censorship, what is going on? Okay, cool. So here's the crystal icy, and we need to embed that thing into the game, right? We're gonna try to embed that thing into the game. And let me put it somewhere like here. And everything else I think we can finally remove. Okay. Will you ship this game with full support for BSD? Believe it or not, I think... do we have a FreeBSD? No, we don't have a FreeBSD build. Okay, but it does build on FreeBSD. So Plots actually built it several times on FreeBSD. And yeah, we even have some platform-dependent features specifically for, you know, for development. It's like dev tools and stuff that are very specific for FreeBSD. For example, we automatically watch if a particular file is modified and reloaded, and we're using FreeBSD specific mechanisms for that. They're the same as in macOS though. I mean, yeah, it does work on FreeBSD. It works on Linux, Windows, macOS, and FreeBSD. So yeah. Shall I submit this CI? Sure, feel free to do so. I'm not against that. Yeah. Alright, so what do we have? So we have some shite in here that I don't really need anymore. Let me discard everything. There we go. So we introduced a new texture. Now we need to add it to the assets. We have a special assets configuration where we keep the list of all of our assets. So this configuration is quite important because you will be able to refer to these assets in the code of the game by their name here. So it's used by the asset management system to, you know, to load and address the assets appropriately. Okay, so let's add the texture to the asset system. So it's going to be assets, sprites, and the name of this thing is going to be here. So let's call it ice spike. Is that how we spell spike? I think this is how we spell spike. And the type of this specific asset is a texture. There we go. So, and let me try to recompile everything. So I'm going to recompile the debug build. And if I try to run the game and then take a look at the spike was successfully loaded, right? So if the game couldn't load it, it wouldn't even print anything or would straight up crash. But since it put it in the log, that means everything's okay. Cool. So now we have it available in our game. So now we can try to do something with it. What exactly can we try to do with it? We can try to draw it on the screen, for example, just to see if it's even drawable. So if I remember correctly, so there's asset types and spike. Yeah, spike is available here. So this is one of the textures, and I should be able to just draw it. Depends on the asset. Assets. HPP. There we go. So what do we store here? We store this thing. So that means we need some sort of function sprite from texture. All right, we can convert it into a sprite, and then we can try to draw it. Drew just did the same. Thank you, Audacious Ferris. Yeah, thank you for liking me being molded. Alright, so let's go to the game and let's just try to draw that texture on the screen just to confirm that it's, you know, drawable and stuff. So we have a special method called render, which renders everything, and we're going to try to just test the rendering of this thing. So it's going to be ice spike. So it's not going to be index. Then we're going to do sprite from texture index. Right. And that gives us the sprite, and if I remember correctly, sprite can be rendered. Yeah, it can be rendered at particular position. So the only thing we need here is renderer, and where we want to render all of that. I'm gonna render it in the corner at 0, 0 position just to see if it's gonna work or not. There we go. So let's try to recompile that. Should compile successfully. So yeah. We even have like a small like mini engine. There we go. You can kind of see it here, but it's really strange that it's... Oh yeah, I know what's going on. It actually renders it at... Yeah, it renders it starting with the center. So 0, 0 is the center of the texture. So I do remember that. So we might as well actually use something like rectf then. So this is going to be this. And we may try to... Yeah, we may try to move that somewhere to like 200, 200, just to see what's gonna happen. Hello, Chagro was taken. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so if I try to run that, yeah, as you can see, the spike is drawn on the screen, right? But it's drawn like on the level of the screen, on the HUD, right? It's not inside of the game. To make it draw inside of the game, you have to actually utilize the camera, right? You have to do camera to screen, and basically that makes the camera assume that 200, 200 is the world coordinates, and it constantly translates them to the screen coordinates, and this will make the spike appear inside of the world rather than on top of the screen. As you can see, it feels like it's inside of the world because its position is constantly transformed by the camera, right? So if you, yeah, this is how it works. So it can be like in the world if you want. Yep. So that's how easy it is to add an asset to our game. Mind blown, I know. Can your Unity do that? Can your Unity do that? I don't think so. Haha. All right, what's gonna be next? What's gonna be next? So we need to introduce like maybe the notion of the spike. What do you think of XWM? It's not a bad thing as a recreational project. That's the only thing I think about it. Unity can't render ice spikes, yeah. Will it form from the sky or come out of the ground? No, because it's just a texture. It's just a picture. Just a picture in the memory. Can it, you know, falls from the sky or anything like that? No, you have to code all of that. You have to code all of that logic, right? The only thing you have is a picture, right? So, and all right. So now we can introduce a new kind of like entity, ice spike, right? And let me see. Yeah, let's straight up introduce it as a structure. So let's call it just spike, because maybe we're gonna have different kinds of spikes. Who knows? Maybe we're gonna have not only the ice spikes, maybe some sort of rock spikes, or maybe something else. But yeah. So this is gonna be just a spike. And what we're gonna have here? Okay, spike is the thing that will emerge from the ground, and specifically it will play animation of emerging, and it will have different states, and this is the thing that will determine whether you get a damage from it if you touch it or not get a damage. And it will have specific phases, and one of the phases is going to be that it will die out, so it will disappear over time. So this is exactly what we're developing here. So for a spike, it is quite important to have a position, right? So where is it positioned? So here's the position of the spike. What is another thing that is important for the spike? I suppose its state, right? So it may have different states. So we're gonna have an enumeration class spike state. And what kind of states we're gonna have? It should be able to come from the ground and the ceiling. No. All right, so spike state, what is another spike state? So the active state, when it's emerging, how we're gonna call it? Active. And the non-active state is gonna be just dead, right? Once it's, arrived, it might also like play some sort of animation. Okay, it's true. I'll think about that. Don't be sadge, okay? Don't be sadge. I'll think about that, but I can't promise anything. I'm in the middle of the, game design process. So, okay. To be fair, okay streamer sounds more offensive than okay boomer. I don't know why. It just keeps you reminding that you're not really a developer, you're just a streamer. For what platform is this? It works on Linux, Windows, Mac OS, and FreeBSD. It doesn't really work on TempleOS, unless somebody ports SDL2 on TempleOS. That would be actually kind of cool, I think. Spike state, and we're gonna have it. Okay, boomer streamer. It's not really a dev. Yeah, I'm not really a developer. What can I say? SDL2 works on AIX as well, doesn't it? I don't know. You suddenly look like a Chad. Do I? I don't know, maybe. Okay, so here's the spike. Here's the spike. And what does spike need? It needs to be rendered, right? So we're gonna try to render, we're gonna provide the renderer. And the spike is gonna be rendered in the world, so that means we'll have to have a camera as well, right? It needs a camera. And I guess that's it. I don't think the rendering process right now needs anything else. On top of that, the spike also plays animation, right? It will emerge from the ground, and it will probably disappear. So also we're gonna have like a poof animation. Yeah, we're gonna have a poof animation. So there's an active poof and that. I personally discovered Sodding as a dev before his stream. Are we... Do you know me in real life? That's actually kind of scary. So that scared me so much, I did avoid. Alright, so update. Anyway, so we need update because a spike is gonna play animations, right? Spike is gonna play animations, and that's why we need update. And it accepts, this thing. And that's how thank you, Virtual13OI. Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna take it as a compliment. I'm not sure if you said it as a compliment, but I'm still gonna take it as one. I think for now, it's gonna be it. Except, maybe we're gonna also accept a texture index. Yeah, we might as well accept a texture index for a texture, right? So this is a texture index. So a texture associated with a spike. I mean, like I saw a project of you in GitHub before discovering the stream. Oh, okay, I see. Basically, in my mind, you're a dev before a streamer. Interesting. Yeah. Huh. That's kind of cool. I don't know. English is my third language, not even first. What is your first language? If it's not a secret, of course. I mean, you don't have to answer. All right. Okay, thank you. All right, so let's create a CPP file. Something spike CPP. Arabic. Same, it's my third too. Interesting. All right, so Arabic is the first one. What's the second one then? Spike HPP. All right, so we'll need to implement these things. Right, we'll need to implement these things. French. Oh, I see. Interesting. So, next one is going to be Spike. God damn. I only know 2 languages. I kind of want to learn the third one, but I'm not sure which one to learn. So, I'm still trying to decide. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna have like a switch case upon the state, right? And depending on the state, we're gonna like have different things. We're gonna do different things as well. Case spike state, and I'm gonna do it like that. And with a little bit of Emacs magic, we're gonna achieve pretty much anything. Can your Vim do that? How about that? How about that? So in case of a dead, I think there is nothing to render anyway. Oh, by the way, dead has to be the first, right? Yeah, that has to be the first because in that case it's gonna be have 0 value. Once you learn English and JavaScript, nothing else is worth learning. To be fair, in 2020, yes, but it's in short term, right? Which is actually true. If you learn English and JavaScript, you already can work as a developer worldwide and you will be paid quite a lot, right? But again, it's a very short-term solution. In the long term, any of these assumptions can change. Like maybe English will stop being a lingua franca and some other language will become lingua franca, possibly Chinese. And maybe JavaScript will not be as popular anymore. So right now, at this particular period of time, yes. Yeah, so in the next 10 years, you will have to learn Chinese and Lisp. That's true. Russian and PHP. No. Russian on 1C, yes. So in the next 10 years, you know, the main language is going to be Russian and the main programming language is going to be 1C. Hello, Gunnar. Yeah, I do speak Russian, but I would really recommend you to speak English because majority of people who are watching here are English speaking, so they don't understand you, and it's too much for me, too much work for me to constantly translate Russian messages to English. So I'd really appreciate you if you spoke English. Thank you. Yeah. So don't get me wrong, like I have nothing against Russian language. It's just this is not the appropriate place for that. Okay. All right. So when I render something as active and update something, okay. Yeah. So when we are in an active state, right? When we are in an active state, we also need some sort of like a slider or indicator how much we already like appeared out of the ground, because it's going to be appearing out of the ground. So there need to be a variable that indicates that it's going to be normalized variable from 0 to 1, right? And it's going to be floating point. There are more developers who are Finnish people speaking Swedish than any other 2 Nordic languages. Interesting. Huh. And the question is how we're going to call this variable. So it indicates how the percentage of how much we appeared out of the ground, right? It's a percentage, but it's actually from 0 to 1. But I don't really want to call it A, right? I don't want to call it A. Let's call it A. For now, at least. Maybe I can come up with a better solution right now. And yeah, so over time, it will be appearing. All right, and when we are in an active state, we basically need to render our texture in a particular way. So let me show you how we need to. This is not what I want. I want you to run my paint. Okay, so imagine that we have a texture of our spike, right? So here is the texture of our spike. And so this is the spike. Essentially, here is the ground, right? Here is the ground. If A is equal than 0, we have to have some sort of like a clipping mask, right? So essentially, everything below the ground should be completely hidden, right? At A0, this is going to be like that. So at A05, it has to be like that, right? Like that. And everything below the ground, again, has to be hidden. And at A1, it's going to be like that. And it's going to be fully appeared, right? So that's essentially what we need to animate here somehow. And how can we do that? Well, we can always render not a full texture, right? We can always render not a full texture, but a specific region of the texture. And basically, based on A, we can calculate what region of the texture we have to render at a particular position, right? So that's exactly what we need to do. It will take some time, but yeah. That's exactly what we have to do here, and it is based on the position. So we have just a texture index actually. We have texture index, and we'll have to get the texture by its index. Invisible spikes. I mean, yeah, because it's not fully appeared yet. So assets, where's the file? Assets HPP. So here's the assets HPP. And you can get the texture by the, okay, so we have an index, you can get the texture by the index, and then you can do something about that. And that texture is, yeah, you will need specifically texture. Cool. So the assets get texture by not ID, but by index. And as we know, spike HPP, here's the texture index of that specific spike. So that gives us that. Might as well actually put it somewhere here, and that also should give me Surging with 2 languages under your belt, you are part of a minority. Most people only master one mother language. Yeah, I guess, probably. I wouldn't say I mastered English, that's for sure. Okay, so we're gonna have a texture here. So this is just a regular texture, because when you take a texture, you can also get different kinds of textures. You can get a mask of the texture to perform some effects and stuff like that. And you can take a surface. Okay, so there's a difference between SDL surface and SDL texture, right? I talk about it all the time, but they're essentially the same thing. They represent like an image in the memory, but they represent images in a different kind of memories, right? Surface is essentially an image on CPU, and texture is essentially an image on GPU. But it's not 100% true, because SDL is an abstraction over different drivers. It can work over OpenGL, Vulkan, Metal, and DirectX, right? In case of this like graphics API, texture is probably going to be driver efficient, you know, representation. But as far as I know, you can also implement a driver that is completely, you know, software driver. And in that case, both surface and texture are going to be on CPU. But like generally, you may think of it as, you know, surface is a CPU and texture is on GPU. So yeah, and we need both of the situations. So when a thing is on GPU, it is difficult to modify it and query pixels from it because it's already far away from you. And when it's on a CPU, it's easy to query pixels of it and modify it for the future stuff and so on and so forth. That's why we keep both of them, just in case, depending on what you need. Yeah, hopefully that makes sense. But right now, to render a thing, we need a GPU version of the texture, and that's why I take it here. So I'm not even sure people with only elementary education even master the mother tongue. Probably, I don't know. How do you know that they mastered it or didn't master, right? If they use it every day, did they master it? I don't know. Is it a big deal if you know more than 2 speaking languages? I don't know, no idea. Excuse me. It depends on where you are and what are your goals, right? So, majority of the ex-USSR countries that are not Russia specifically, they usually, people who are very well-educated people, they are usually speak 3 languages. And these languages are their native local language, Russian, and English. So they speak their native language because of their historical reasons, and they speak Russian because Russia was and still is a lingua franca in USSR and ex-USSR countries. And they know English because it's a worldwide lingua franca. So they basically know 2 lingua francas simultaneously. So it all depends on where you are and what are your goals. But usually it is like that. All right, so let's continue. So this is the texture that I want to have here. So let's go with like texture. And this is where we need to render all of that. So let me try to do this. In fact, my broken Russian helped me into a new job just the other day. Oh, you do speak Russian, cool. Oh, in India people know at least 3. Yeah, the same situation with the ex-USSR country except Russia. All right. Did you get the house? Yeah, I did that quite some time ago. I think I moved to a new apartment this summer. Yeah. The development lead is a native Russian. Oh, I see. So this is a texture. I wanted to find a sprite. So this is destination, this is a source. Yeah, I see. So I'll probably have to do everything myself. Yeah. I'll probably have to do all of the calculations myself. Sprite from texture index, and yeah, I will have to calculate the destination rectangle, the source rectangle. So SRC rectangle. So where is the SRC rectangle? Ah, it's probably part of the... Okay, cool. So, and that's exactly what we'll have to do here, I think. Yeah, we'll have to take the SRC rectangle, then we'll have to calculate destination rectangle, and so on and so forth. So it's going to be a little bit painful, but I think we'll be able to do that anyway. So, Spike, not Sprite, but Spike. Spike CPP. Okay, here's the texture. Should be pretty straightforward. Then we take SDL query texture, and that enables us with querying the dimensions of the texture and some additional information. It actually can query all sorts of things, like specifically format, but the only things we're interested in is the dimensions, right? So, and they're integers. So this one is going to be that. Might as well call it texture WH and texture this. Cool. And we do SDL query texture. We provide the texture here. And we don't care about format and axis, but we do care about width and height. So this is exactly what we want to query here. So they are returned through the arguments via pointers. They're not using references because SDL is a C library, not C++. They don't have any references. So, and after that we do have the texture, which is quite nice. We do have a texture. Okay, cool. So, and now we also have a parameter. A parameter tells us how much we should show. And it's essentially Yeah, we take a texture height, multiply it by A, and that's how much of the texture we have to show right now. Yes. So this is basically effective H, right? Effective H, like this, and this is going to be integer. To be fair, like I want effective H to be float, right? Yeah, it's going to be float here, and I will have to convert it to float here, like this. So width does not change. We're only talking about effective height, not width. So, and this is something that probably has to be calculated. Okay. Calculated in the active state, right? And now I need a destination rectangle. No, actually a source rectangle. So source rectangle is going to be pretty straightforward. Source rectangle is basically the rectangle within the texture. No, it's not that. Yeah, whatever. I think I think they're gonna be the same. Wait a second. Yeah, they're literally gonna be the same, except they're gonna be located differently, but they're gonna have the same width and height. Yeah, all right. So let's start with the source rectangle. It's always going to be located at 0, 0, that's for sure. So 0, 0 of the texture, it's relative to the texture. Width and height, width is going to be the same as width, but height is going to be effective height. And we have to be a little bit careful because it's float, so we'll have to float it and convert it to integer. Right, we use floating point here to not lose any precision or anything like that. Right, so this is a source rectangle. So this can be const and this also can be const because we're not planning to modify any of those. So, and what about destination rectangle? Destination rectangle actually depends. Right, again. You can always do something like this, like here, and just keep it integer because that's exactly what we're gonna do anyway. Yeah, let's keep it integer. I think it's gonna be easier for everyone. Effective age. Right, so destination rectangle. The destination depends on the position and the camera. Right, yeah. So we have our position and we translate that to the screen. Right, we translate that to the screen like this. And we need to construct a rectangle out of it, but I think this is how we're going to do that. So this is going to be a rectangle. This is the position, and we need to have a width and height, and width and height is going to be effectively the same here. And this is going to be our own rectangle. We'll have to convert it to the SDL rectangle. I don't remember how to do that, but I think we had a function for that. SDL, yeah, a rectf. SDL rect, it's a rectf for SDL. So this is how we're going to convert that, and this is going to be destination rectangle. Out DST rect. There we go. So we have a source rectangle and destination rectangle. Cool. So after that, I'm just thinking if there's any easier way to do all of that. We might as well just do rect vector to 0, 0, right? So vector to 0, 0. Width and height is going to be the same, and because a rectf for SDL will do that floor thing automatically for us anyway, we can get rid of that and make it float again. And then we do rect. Hello, the Epicanon. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And yep, so that will do everything for us. Yeah, we go. We have a SRC and DST. Cool, cool, cool. And now I should be able to do SDL copy. Is it SDL copy? I don't remember. It was, yeah, it was render copy. Render copy. We don't really need extended, but yeah. So already have this SRC rect. This is a DST rect, and we're using the renderer, right? We're using the renderer. We are not using bitmap. We are using texture, and here's the SRC. So that's essentially how we're going to do all of that. And right now, of course, we're not animating anything, right? Right now, we're not animating anything, and I want to do the following thing. Remove me. Maybe I'm going to actually put it as to do. So to do, debug a, right? So this is going to be a special constant that is available in vars, so I can change it at runtime, right? So this is going to be to do this, and this is going to be a float, right? This is going to be a float, and it's going to be 0 initially, so then I will be able to modify it at runtime and tweak it and see how it affects everything. Okay, let me try to compile this stuff and see if I didn't do any mistakes, any severe mistakes at least. Yep. Okay, it seems to be working. And now I need to create spike in the source code. Yeah, so spike to do debug spike. So I'm gonna remove later, that's why I put to do here, because it will make it very obvious when I start to snitching up some issues. And by snitching up, I mean this thing. So I have a special tool called snitch that collects to-dos in the source code. Yeah, but I don't think it's a valid snitch to do. But I mean, okay, it still makes it visible, I think. It makes you remember about that. All right. So, and the next thing, in the game itself, when we're updating things, here's the update. All right, on top of that, we also need to keep updating the spike, right? So it's going to be to do debug spike, render, we provide the renderer, and we provide the camera, and I think that's everything that we need to provide here. And then when we are rendering everything, render. So where do we render the grid? So there's a place somewhere where we render the grid. There we go. And we want to render it before everything else. So it's going to be to do debug spike, and we're rendering everything. Oh, I think I'm an idiot. So where was the update? Yeah, it has to be just update with DT. And let's try to compile that. The problem is that we also need to, locate it in a particular place. So something spike HPP, and we also need to add that to the build. Otherwise, it's not gonna build, right? So let's do something spike CPP, so it can be added to a single compilation unit. Single compilation unit. Okay, so effective H, and something didn't really work for some reason. So no matching function rect. Is it rect F? I think it's just rect F. Okay, so what else do we have here? Was not declared in the scope. Okay, so something about math, right? Rect. Yeah, maybe I just need to import math in that case. Yeah, let's import math. Yeah, I think that's basically what is going on here. So it's just rect, regular rect, nothing special in my opinion. What? No such file or directory. Something math. Oh, okay, I see. I'm an idiot. So it doesn't have HPP, unfortunately. Oh, goddamn. But it should be available. Okay, so I need to read the error message a little bit more careful. So no matching function to do vector float in. Ah, okay. Yes, I am an idiot. So it cannot dispatch a property function because one of them is integer. So this is a semicolon. Okay, so this is like overloading of functions in C++ classical. Classical stuff. Okay, so unused parameter, we might as well just remove it for now. Later we're gonna use it, of course, but not now. Okay, so this is not enough. In the game, we'll have to initialize the spike somewhere at some point. We don't really have initialization here, as the initialization is done in main. So I'm gonna put it somewhere here. Game to do a game spike. The position is gonna be... Where are we gonna position it? Let's position it somewhere at 200, 200, right? I think it's gonna be okay. So in its initial state is gonna be active, right? So state, spike, spike state, active, and in an active state is gonna try to play its animation, right? In an active state is gonna try to play its animation. Okay, so let me see if it worked or not. Alright, so I think I need to remove some of the code that I introduced recently because it interferes with whatever I'm trying to do here. So we definitely need to get rid of this thing. Yeah, let's get rid of it. Recompile one more time. Recompile one more time. And there's no spike right now because its current percentage of being visible is equal to 0, right? It should be around here somewhere, but it's not. So let's actually go to the configuration, and what if I make it like this? Nothing is visible, and you can barely see something here. That means I'm using a completely wrong texture. That's very interesting. Oh yeah, this is because I did not even initialize the texture. So that's the reason why it is like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and initialize the texture. I have to do something like this here. So, and its texture index has to be ice spike index. So now if I try to do that one more time. What's up, Out9? Welcome to the stream. Okay, yeah, now you can see the spike like being like appearing. Slowly. Yeah. So 0 is that, 25% is that, 50% is that, 1% is that. Okay, so 100%. I mean. All right. So that's cool. But by the way, so the position, we don't shift the position according to the effective height. So it should actually sort of appear out of it, right? So, and because of that, we'll have to change some of this stuff. All right, so let me see. Spike. Okay. So SRC position is going to be 0, 0 anyway, but the actual position here is essentially minus vector 2 effective h, and x is going to be 0. There we go. So that's how it's going to go. And that will make it sort of appear from a single place, from a single source, right? So that's what's going to happen. Let's restart it, and you will see how cool it is. You'll see how cool it is. I wish it was a little bit bigger, but it is what it is. Okay, so initially 0, 25, right? 50, 75, 100%. You see, it basically it shifts its corner, making it appear like from the ground. That's exactly the effect I'm going for, right? So, makes sense? Hopefully it makes sense. Maybe we can use some rubber animats for that. But rubber animats is about like transformation and stuff, but yeah. So okay, we implemented this thing, and that's cool. And now we need to update all of that, right? So now we need to animate this kind of thing automatically. So we're gonna remove this constant, it's not needed anymore. Let me recompile everything and go through the compilation errors. So this is not needed, and I guess there was only one place where we did all of that. Yeah, cool. So here's the update, and be in an active state. What we're doing? We're taking A, and we are adding ice spike appear. Is this how you spell it? To appear. Appear. I don't speak English, so I don't remember how it's spelled. Yeah, I actually spelled it correctly. Appear speed multiplied by dt. Right. So, yes. Okay. And what we can do for now, I think we can essentially fmodif over 1. Right, so basically it's gonna cycle through all the time. It's gonna cycle through all the time, and let's see how it's gonna go. It's gonna essentially cycle through. So we don't have this constant, that means we'll have to add that constant here. Thank you, Nine, really appreciate it. So appear speed, and so we can say that it's gonna be 100% in 1 second. I don't quite remember what that would mean, but let's try with 1 and see how it's gonna go. Synth. Synth. Yeah, synth would be actually pretty cool, but you can already see that. Look at that. What the fuck is? Oh shit! Oh right, that's interesting. I don't know what exactly happened there, but something happened. Yeah. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm Bebega, of course. I'm Bebega. So it's A plus. Too much big spike energy. Yeah. Big spike. All right. So now, well, it's doing something. Look how slow this is. Just. It's very slow. Okay, so we can adjust that speed and just play with it a little bit. Okay, so let's say it's gonna be 2. It's 3. It's for easy mode, yeah. I guess it works. So, cool. So... I think 3 is the best one so far. 3 is the best one so far. And after we reached the end of this stuff, we're not going to do fmodif. Right. If A is greater or equal than 1, we're switching the state to spike state poof. Right, so that will make it play the poof animation. All right, and in the poof animation, it's actually kind of interesting what exactly we should play. What's gonna be the poof animation? So probably, you know, this thing like falling apart or something like that. I have no idea how to implement it, but we'll see. So, and then poof animation is gonna play for a while, and then the spike will become dead, and then it's gonna become reusable at some point. Yeah. Only 1 void. What did you do with the real turning? I don't know. So sometimes I don't really have that many void, but sometimes I do have them. Probably depends on how stressed I am. It would be interesting to like research what exactly causes the voids. All right. Real turning is now rational turning. Very funny. A funny joke. I really want the spike to be a little bit bigger, so we need a way to customize the spikes, I think. Too many printf typed. Yeah, probably. So, let me think. I want to pee, believe it or not. I know it's hard to believe, but I really want to pee. forgot how to use i3. Alright, let's make a small break, boys and girls, and have fun. Ah, shit, sorry. Oh yeah, that's a cool idea. So for now, fade out alpha on poof state. Yeah. So yeah, it's a pretty cool a placeholder for now. Oh cool, I can reset. I can reset the timer. Thank you so much, Coolbecca, for implementing that. Anyway, have fun. Oh shit, did we F? The fuck? I hope we're okay now. Like I can see that we dropped some frames. Dropped some thick frames. A little, yeah. It's kind of weird. Just as you left. Nice timing, by the way. I think Twitch actually wait for me to leave, so they can F. We F'd a little, yeah. Alright, so the thing I wanted to have here, so the first one, I wanted the spike to be a little bigger and not depend on the size of the texture, right? So maybe we can specify like the size of it, right? So we have a position, we might as well specify the size. So that's the specific size, and that's the specific size that we're gonna use for. Oh, this is gonna be a little bit weird. This is gonna be a little bit weird. I want my spike to be a little bigger. Well, I mean, it is what it is. Man can have a dream. Anyway, so so maybe I'm gonna have like a multiplier for now, but it yeah, scale. Let's actually have a scale of some sort. And the scale is going to be simply like this: multiply by scale and multiply by scale. Hopefully that will do the trick. And by the way, when we are subtracting, we have to subtract the scaled effective width as well. And in the game, in the main actually, scale is going to be twice as much, I suppose, maybe like 2. So let's try to recompile that. So it's a very quick and dirty solution. It's not ideal, but it's gonna work for now. Yeah, I think something strange has happened. Oh yeah, I'm a pepega because I forgot that I switched to the poof state once it's done. Right, so let's quickly go back to Fmodfin. whatever. I try to pronounce that. So I try to turn fmodf to a gerund. To a gerund. Will there be dragons? I don't think so. Maybe. We'll see. I'm also not sure about cat girls. We'll think about that. What about dragon girls? I think there was even an anime about that. I'm not really huge on anime, but I'm pretty sure there was anime on that. Yeah. Yeah, I think it worked. So we have a little bit bigger spike. Okay, cool. So how are we gonna poof? How are we gonna poof? As suggested by Kolumbetka, we're gonna poof by essentially changing the alpha, right? So we're gonna modify the alpha and yep. But how can we modify the alpha for the texture? I don't quite remember. How do you make a texture transparent? Poof by contradiction or by induction? Miska wishes dragon maid? Probably. And it looks like true because I remember it was something about maids, but again, I don't really watch that much anime, but I just know some of the memes on the internet. Poof by contradiction. Okay, like it actually took me way too long to understand. Yes, we're gonna do poof by both of them. It's a manga, SMH. I don't know the difference, I'm sorry. I'm just a simple C++ developer. I don't know the difference between anime and manga. I suppose manga is like a written thing that you read rather than watch. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry about that. How do you make the texture transparent? I don't fucking remember. Is that something like texture mod? I think this is a texture color mod. Yeah, it's set texture alpha mode as well. Okay, can I do something about that if I do SDL set texture alpha and I just literally set texture to like 100 and we'll see how it goes. Mango. Is that technical Minecraft YouTuber? Oh, okay, so it is... Okay, I know how to make them transparent, you see? It is doing the spiky thing, but it is transparent. Excuse me. Okay, so it is transparent, so that means we know how to do that. Mongo is a meme word for manga. Oh, okay. I also didn't know that, I'm sorry. The only manga I know is the technical Minecraft YouTuber. He's German. He's Bavarian, by the way, speaking of. I know Germans like Bavarians. Alright. So... That probably explains why he's so dank. Yep. So this is gonna be that. And poof by induction. So we need to perform the poof by induction. The only manga Tsojin knows. Yes. Okay. Okay, buddy. Okay. Alright, so here's the texture. So when we're poofing, by the way, when we're poofing, the spike is fully visible. That's kind of the point. The spike is fully visible. So that means we're not even using effective height. We're always using texture height. There we go. So source is the texture height. And instead of... You know what? I can do the following thing. I can just copy paste this part and say effective height is literally just the texture height and just reuse the same code. Just reuse the same code. That's some horrible looking code right there, dude. Thank you. I'm gonna take it as a compliment. Thank you so much. Alright, so we're gonna move this thing right here. We're gonna move this thing. No, this is the texture query. Well, we need to move to a different place. Ah, goddamn, I already removed it. So I'll have to go back in the history and move this thing here. Alright, so the texture mode. Oh, by the way, we're gonna reuse the same variable for alpha. And it feels like we're copy-pasting like this particular part. It would be nice to extract it, but we're only copy-pasting it 2 times. I don't think it's worth, you know, making a separate function for that. So, and I'm gonna floor this entire thing and do the int. Horrible. Thank you so much. I mean, I was never complimented by my code was never complimented like that before. I really appreciate your compliments. Okay, so does set texture alpha mode return anything? I don't think it returns anything. Maybe we can actually check its exit code. Do we need to? Yeah, it may return something, so that means it may fail. So let's try to do something like this. Okay, so essentially we're removing fmodv, right? We're removing fmodv, and hello Gregors, welcome to the stream. You look fresh and young. Thank you so much. Okay, so that looks cool. Once we hit that, we're gonna switch to poof, and when we're switching to poof, I think yeah, we're gonna use this as 1. Maybe we don't even have to do that, because once we switch to poof, what we're doing is I minus I speak poof speed multiplied by dt, and if a is less or equal than 0, we switch state to spike state. What is that? Dead, right? So we switch to dead. There we go. So this is basically like a simple switch to the next state, and when we're dead, we're not updating anything, we're just being dead. That's it. Cool. Do we need anything else? I think that's it. So it will complain that there's no such constant as spike poof speed, so let's actually put it here. So what's going to be the speed? And I need a way. Okay, so let's put it this way. We're not going to switch to dead, let's switch to active, right? So let's actually loop or cycle the whole state machine, so it will keep playing between active and poof. So we'll constantly see active appearing and then poofing, and then again active appearing and poofing. That will help us to come up with better speeds. Okay, so this is gonna be floats, and oh god fucking damn it, mate, it's gonna be 1. So it's gonna be pretty slow. It's gonna be poofing pretty slow. Oh, let's take a look. And yep, that's what it's doing. And that's kind of sad because, excuse me. Okay, something went horribly wrong. So we switch to active, and what did happen? Why it is scrolling through poofs? Why is it? It's only doing that for poofs. It's almost like speed appear is not taken into account. So this is a poof, this is speed, this is appear, and what the hell is going on? Why is it not working? By that, does he mean? Who are you talking about? Who are you guys talking about when they say he? Who is that he? Like every time somebody new joins the chat and they ask, what is he doing? Who is he? Or something. Who are you talking about? Is there somebody? Like, it's so strange. Who are you talking about? They're talking about me again. Oh, they're talking about Nathli. I see. Hello, Nathli, by the way. Welcome to the stream. Something is not working. My code does not work. All right, initially A has to be like 0, right? And I'm pretty sure to do. But by that, do you mean dead? Ha 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 ha. No, I mean alive. That's what I mean. Okay, so position initially is going to be actually 0. A 0. So, but I'm not sure if I need to actually initialize that. I don't think so. I don't really think so. Let me see, let me see. It played appear animation only once and never played it again. That is really strange. Like, what the fuck? Where did I make a mistake? I made something extremely stupid. What exactly did I do? Alright, we are in active state. We're increasing A until it becomes 1. Once it becomes 1, we switch to poof without changing A, so A is equal or greater than 1. That makes sense. When we're in a poof, we're decreasing A until it becomes less or equal than 0, and then we switch into active, making A 0 again. So it should just loop through everything. And I think I know what the fuck I just did. So okay, so here I just need to set the alpha. I forgot to update the alpha. Yeah, this is what I did. I forgot to update the alpha, and now they should work, motherfucker. Alright, so let's take a look. And as you can see, it scrolls through all of the animations. I don't like how it blinks. You can see that it blinks a little bit and it's so strange. Is it because it goes up too much? Okay. Let me see. First of all, I want to change its position because I think it's too high. In my opinion, it's too high. It's kind of difficult to see. So let's take a main CPP. And its initial position by Y is going to be like 400, so we don't have to go as high as we usually do, right? All right, let's try to run it, and it's a little bit better. You see, it scrolls through the phases of the spike. It does scroll through the phases of the spike. Horrible. Okay, so then I think this happens because we sort of overshoot these A values. So if A becomes greater than 1, I think we need to force it to be 1, right? And if A becomes less than 0, I think we need to force it to be 0. So if we slightly overshoot, it doesn't affect things too much, and that's, I think, what causes the blinking. Horrible as not dyslexic. Which is just by morning. What the fuck is this shit? And I was right, so it doesn't blink anymore. So as you can see, yes, these are the phases of that. That's pretty cool. And I think poof animation is too slow. Maybe we can make it a little bit faster. So what if we make it 2? What about 3? Does it even do something? Maybe 5. Backward tier. So it feels like maybe this has to be faster. But this has to be slower. Yeah, that would be actually pretty cool. So I think it has to appear super fast. Maybe 10. Boom. Yeah, it has to be like boom. And then it slowly disappears. And while it disappears, it sort of indicates like where it's positioned and what exactly happened. Yeah, I think it could be even faster. Yeah. Oh, that feels nice. That snappiness of just and then slowly disappearing. I think it's cool. Are you using any engine? Yes, I do use an engine. It doesn't have any name because I created it. But it's based on SDL2 if you're interested. Okay. Oh, that feels so nice. I really like this combination. So very fast appear and very slow disappear. Just like very snappy. Nice. Okay. And supercharged engine. Yeah. If you made a game in JavaScript, can you say that you used V8 as an engine? Anyway. Unreal Engine. Yeah. To Real Engine. Okay, that would be kind of cool to extract this shite to something else, but I'm too lazy, chat. Good one, bro. Thank you, Surfcat. I know. Alrighty, so, shite. I'm just thinking how exactly we're gonna use all of this shit. We'll probably have to introduce like an array of spikes in the game, similarly to how we have them in the projectiles, right? Like similarly, we're gonna have projectiles and stuff. Also, I want to have like constructors for the spikes, right? So we're gonna have something like this. So spike, ice, spike. And we want to create it at particular position, right? So let's provide the position, and that's going to be our constructor. So we create the ice spike. So, and let's put it somewhere here. So it's going to be spike CPP. Yeah. Wow, the Twitch web player is so shitty. What are you talking about? It's written in C++. How can it be so shitty? Like, it's literally written in C++. SMH. So this is ice spike. So it's initially 0. And I think I'm gonna steal some code from here. So the position of this thing is gonna be that. A is gonna be 0. So the state, initial state. It depends. Do we really want to have initial? I don't think we're gonna have initial state right now. I think it's gonna be just dead. And you will have to activate. Yeah. So we'll need to have like a method that activates a spike, which resets its initial state and stuff like that. But one of the things we'll have to set there is the scale and the texture index. That's for sure. Right, so it's going to be spike, and this is what we're going to return here. There we go. So that's going to be the constructor. That's a lot of code. Horrible code. Okay, so let's do something like activate. So that activates the spike. It basically sets the state to active and also initializes the animation variable, right? So some sort of animator variable. Oh, and now code and more code. Hello, VG was taken. Let's go. Welcome to the students. Alright, so that's how we're gonna activate this shit, right? Like a charcoal. So we're gonna set the state to spike state active. And the A is going to be initially 0, so this is how we activate it. And now, if I go to here, to main, the debug spike is going to be just simply ice spike that you then simply have to activate. Yeah, you activate it and it just scrolls through its states and stuff like that, and it's pretty straightforward. Get fucking damn it. Okay, so it requires the position. So the position was around this. It was 200, 400, I think. I think that's what it was, roughly. And activate. I think that's what it has to be. Active. Yeah, seems to be working. Cool. Yes, now the time has fucking come, mate, to introduce the array of spikes. We need to introduce the array of spikes. So we have array of entities, array of projectiles, and now we're gonna have array of spikes. And we're gonna have spikes count. And guess how many spikes we're gonna have in the engine? Guess how many of them? Well, as many as we have of any of these things. Size T, spikes count, 69 of them. Only 69. We're gonna have a buffer of these entities there. So 69 of them, and I think we need to introduce hello CL1. Check out the hair command, please. I'd really appreciate you if you do that. Projectile. So, and spike, or somebody just give the hair command to this person. Spawn. Thank you so much. Spawn spike. So we're gonna provide the spike here, and it's also gonna try to activate that. So it will find the first slot that is not taken by a spike, and we're gonna simply activate the spike. By the way, quite important, one thing quite important is that we have to unloop the animations of the spike. So it has to be dead after it's spoofed. It has to be dead after it's spoofed. And now let's implement spawn the spike, right? Game CPP, let's put it here like that. Game spawn spike. Somebody give that person a hair command, please, because I'm a little bit busy with my code. Okay, so we're gonna go through that. Spikes count. So we need to find the first spike that is dead. If spikes I state spike state state dead, that's the spike we need. So we take spikes I, apply it like that, and we activate it, right? So just activate it. Object pool, yeah, it is essentially object pool, and we use objects as the prototypes, right? So you basically provide the prototype and it finds like an available slot and puts it there and then activates it. If it won't find the slot, it won't do anything, right? So yeah, usually like 69 slots is enough, and it's actually super fast and super simple to implement. Yeah, so this is how you spawn a spike. So let's go through compilation errors. I think one of the things I wanted to do is remove that to do spike. It's not needed anymore because it was just for testing purposes. So, and there's a couple of places where we still do this kind of stuff. Do we have anything else? Do we have anything else? Yeah, so this is not needed anymore. There we go. There we go, bruh. So we do have spikes, but we do not render them and do not update them. Okay, so I want to render them after the background, but before the grid. So that means I will have to iterate through all the spikes. Spikes count plus I, and spikes I render. I need to provide the renderer and the camera. So that should be enough. So for the update, for another update here, I'm gonna iterate through all of the spikes yet again. Spikes count plus I, spikes I, update dt. There we go. So now spikes are rendered and updated. Cool. That's pretty cool. So now we have a way to create a spike. So what's interesting is that we need to test the spike creation. We need to test the spike creation. I have an idea to basically spawn a spike at the player's position or at anyone's position when they stomp and an actual impact happens. What do you guys think? I think that would be actually kind of cool to just, spawn a spike at that particular place. So for the entity, just to test, because it's not how it's going to work if at the end, but to test that would be kind of cool. All right, so here's the stomping stuff. Hello, Choni, welcome to the stream. So there's something about impact. Stomp. So stomp. So yeah, there we go. This is what I'm talking about. So this is where we actually perform some, like, all of the things when the player stomps, right? We initiate the damage in the position of the entity with a certain radius. We shake the camera, we play the sound, and so on and so forth. One of the things to test our spikes out would be to spawn a spike at the position of the player. So we're going to do spawn spike. We're going to use ice spike at the position of the player. see, that's what we do here. That's how easy it is, by the way. So yeah, you want to spawn a spike at that particular position, and it will just spawn a spike at that particular position, and that will actually work. How about that? Who needs Unreal Engine or Unity if you can just program in C++? So let's try to compile that and see if it's gonna work. All right, so, and what do we have here? And now if I stomp, it kind of created it, but I think it fucked up the position. Yeah, it fucked up the position, so we'll need to adjust the positioning here. It has to be a center. So where is the position? So position minus that, and actually minus half of the texture. That's quite interesting. Yeah, it minus half of the texture. All right, so this is 0, and then I take that half. And we're gonna add. So yeah, we have to do minus. So it works out quite well. Don't worry, hotspots, they're gonna be banned soon. Don't worry about it. Alright, so I think it kind of works. It's still strange. Like the position of the player is not really working out great. But I don't think it's that important. Anyway, so you see you can have several of them, right? So that's actually kind of cool. I really like how it works. Huh. So if we spawn like something, we can spawn like this ice golem, and it's, yeah, it's kind of cool. Yeah, you can have several of them, and it works out really well. There we go. That's what I was talking about. Now the time has come to do a committee. Okay. Did I add the... I think I added it to the credits. I think I added everything to the credits. Alright, introduce spikes to the engine. Right. So introduce spikes to the engine, but there is still a lot of work that needs to be done regarding the spikes. Alright. So we'll need to implement an actual weapon that uses the spikes. There is no weapon that uses the spikes mechanics. Spike mechanics, how to get banned. Maybe they were trying to like do a speedrun. Banning speedrun. No, to be fair, like for a banning speedrun, this is actually a pretty bad strategy. You have to be really obnoxious, like you have to like violently violate Twitch TOS for a speedrun. So I don't think it was a speedrun, it was something else. I think the person was just being stupid. Alright, so there's no weapon that uses the spikes mechanics, and what else? Yeah, right now I'm gonna just keep it like that. I'm just gonna keep it like that, and that's gonna be the final thing here. Additional work. There we go. Let's push that right to the repo. Before I do any pull request, let me do the full rebuild, just in case. So, seems to be good. Keen Slayer, hello, hello. Beginner speedrunner. Yes. Oh shit. GitHub is so bad. GitHub is so bad. Alright, let's create a pull request. Introduce spikes to the engine, so just a spike mechanism. Something is not building. I wonder what exactly and why. But yeah, let's create a pull request. And also snitch up some of the stuff. Snitch report. Prepend body. Introduced in 32327. Thank you so much for your inputs. Thank you. 327. God damn, we already have so many issues. Ice Golem don't have any brain. There's no weapon that uses spike mechanics. Okay. Cool. Let's push that right into the repo. Let's push that right into the repo. Epic. It also doesn't build. Where exactly? Oh, Microsoft. Okay, fucking classic. Microsoft is not building. So argument integer to uint 8. Okay, that's very interesting. 27, not 27, but it's spike. Nice English bind power. That's the best English I've ever seen in my entire life. My god. So what I was doing to 27, okay. Yeah, it has to be uint 8. Yeah, I'm kind of dumb. I'll try to fix MSVC build. So it's gonna be the thing. Alrighty. So is it gonna build now? Hopefully it's gonna build now. Since I fixed the MSVC build. So that's a lot of changes actually. But we did in fact introduce a spike. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? Right, you do boom and it's just bow, a bow, a bow. That's super cool. I really like that. Oh shit. By the way, I think the position of the spike should be fit. Yeah, let me try to do that. So I'm gonna quickly change that. An entity, instead of like this position, you oh my god, revert. I'm gonna use fit. Right. So it's gonna be at the fit. But it's not the final thing. I just introduced the spike mechanism. That's the only thing I did here. Just the spike mechanism. I don't think I need a full release. Okay, so debug should be available. So if I do that, yeah, it's already better. So it actually does that at the fit. Yeah, that's cool. Pretty cool. Cool. What do we have? Spawn. So does it build even? I'm not sure. It should be building. GitHub is so slow. Okay, it does build. Spawn debug spike at the entities fit. I'm gonna push that right into the repo. How about that? And yeah. So that was cool. We introduced a new mechanism and it was relatively easy to do. But unfortunately, boys and girls, it is time for me to go. Thanks everyone who's watching me right now. I really appreciate that. Have a good one, and I see you guess when? Guess when I'm gonna see you all? According to the schedule, I'm gonna see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow, according to the schedule, we're gonna continue developing Lisp interpreter in C. That's right. So it's our new project, new running project, and yeah. Check out the schedule for more information on different projects we're working on. Also check out our VODs channel. right, where we archive all of our streams. These streams is going to be there, but tomorrow we upload them on the next day. And also check out our Discord server for offline discussion with the community. And I don't know, maybe we should rate somebody. We got rated by Pilada, so maybe we should rate somebody back. I'm sure you made list before, so that's the list that I made before. That's the list that I made before. So who should we raid? Nuffly is waiting to be raided, I suppose. Let's raid Nuffly, I guess. So what is he doing? He's doing Advent of Code in Rust. Okay, sounds like a pretty interesting thing to watch. Okay, let's raid Nuffly. So we're gonna do /raid Nuffly. I think it's EE because he changed his nickname on Twitch. Yes, it's a EE. Alright, boys and girls, get ready for the raid. Get ready for the raid. And I see you all tomorrow. Love you all. Mwah.